Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the delay. As you can imagine, when you're streaming a meeting across 4 countries and across the whole of Africa, you might have some technical difficulties when trying to get online in the first place. So we managed to solve them, and we're now live. And we are now live. So good morning, Cape Town, and welcome to Youth Energy Day. Today we will be hosting the first of its kind event on World Youth Day, whereby we are broadcasting from all across Africa, in Lagos, Nairobi, Cairo, and of course here in the beautiful city of Cape Town. So first of all, I would like to thank our foundational partner, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, who without them we would not be, first of all, running our Beyond Privilege platform, and also wouldn't have run our amazing Youth Energy Summit in Nairobi in June, where this has been spawned from the back of it. I'd also like to thank all our supporting partners, specifically the IPP office, Nedbank, Siemens and Bowmans, who will be in here in Cape Town as our recruiting partners, and also all our associate partners and other recruiting partners from across Africa. Now, today's event will also be broadcasted on our Beyond Privilege platform, which you would have seen a QR code to in the networking area. Also, hopefully, most of you who are joining us today would have registered on there in the first place. Now, just to give you a few key things about the Beyond Privilege platform. First of all, we didn't finish setting up the platform until about 5 weeks ago, and now we already have 5,000 users on there, which is fantastic. So hopefully, quite a few of these. Thank you. And hopefully, quite a few of these users will be zooming in today with us here in Cape Town, also in Nairobi, also in Lagos, and with the sessions that are going to be online from Cairo as well. We've also, on some features of the Beyond Privilege platform, we've also got a user map, which is showing the locations of companies that we're working with and of the individuals. So you can see the scope of the network from, say, for instance, in Kenya, I think there's about 900 to 1,100 people on there. In South Africa, there's about 600 people using it. In Lagos, there's about 800, 900. And then it's all across Africa. You will see the different youth using the platform. There's also some other things on there which you can look at, such as the different companies, and you're able to network with people in your own city and across Africa itself. There's also discussion boards on the platform, so feel free to start discussions if you want to, because we love to hear about what ideas that you guys have. And finally, all our partner details are updated regularly on there, and there will be in the future information about different jobs in the sector. Now, this is a little bit more information about Beyond Privilege. Also today, we are going to, as I mentioned, we're going to have hundreds of people joining us from across Africa. So we will be using an interactive portal to ask questions from these people who are joining us virtually online, which is called Slido. So feel free to download it yourselves. The QR code is on here, whereby you can actually ask. We're going to be using this for the Q&As and also for group polling during the day. Obviously, if you're here, you can ask questions directly, or you can ask questions via Slido. If you're here, you can raise your hands like in a normal session or normal lecture, or if you wanted to check what questions are being asked online as well, because we will be checking these, you can check them on Slido at the same time, and you can see what others are being asking. Then you can upload questions that you can check on questions that might have been already asked to ensure that the panelists will see different questions coming through. Now, I hope everyone here is as excited as I am about today. It really is going to be fantastic. So I'm now going to hand over to our keynote speaker from our foundational partner, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, Dr. Snowy Khoza. So if everybody could give her a warm welcome, I'd like to invite you to the stage.
Good morning, Cape Town. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, participants, esteemed organizers of the Yes Youth Day. It's actually not only the Yes Youth Day, it's the Yes Energy Day. So we emphasize energy. I want to extend my heartfelt greetings and appreciation for this remarkable event. It's an honor to stand before you today, representing a collaborative effort to address the pressing issues of youth unemployment in Africa. The youth unemployment rate in Africa is a growing concern. According to International Labour Organization, ILO, as we call it, the youth unemployment rate in Africa is projected to reach 12.9% by 2024. It's a huge concern. In South Africa, the youth unemployment rate is even higher, with a staggering of 51.5% of the total workforce aged between 15 and 24, who are currently without work. The situation is particularly dire for young women, who are disproportionately affected by unemployment. Despite widespread youth unemployment, access to talent is among the biggest barriers to scaling up the clean energy sector in emerging markets. Moreover, women contribute a huge percentage of those that are underrepresented across the clean energy value chain, with less than a third of jobs filled by females on average in Africa. This gender imbalance is putting a long-term viability and sustainability of the sector at risk. Inviting new approaches to expand female participation in green energy or green economy is critical. The Yes Energy Youth Day is a significant event tackling youth unemployment challenge. It provides a platform for young graduates to connect with representatives from energy sector and explore practical paths to unemployment. Supported by the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, GEP, Yes fosters skills, connections, and business readiness among the next generations. The summit not only ignites passion for clean energy solutions, but also empowers young individuals to actively engage in climate conversations. This event is also an opportunity to discuss the latest reports and surveys on youth unemployment in Africa. For instance, the African Development Bank's 2021 African Economic Outlook report highlights the need for investments in skills development and education to address youth unemployment in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this stage to introduce the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, as we call it GEP. GEP is a transformative initiative with a visionary mission to address the dual challenges of sustainable energy and economic prosperity. At its core, GEP is committed to the bold goals of creating widespread employment opportunities, promoting clean and renewable energy solutions, and advancing economic growth in underserved communities. We draw inspiration from Wanjiru Wabungu's invaluable insight. As GEP, there are three key lessons that we would want to emphasize and which for us are critically important: of sustainable energy, equitable access to resources, and fostering entrepreneurship. In realizing these ambitions, GEAP is excited to collaborate with Youth Energy Summit, yes, as its foundational partner. YES brings a wealth of knowledge, experience, and global network to the table, aligning seamlessly with GEAP's mission to empower communities, particularly youth, by providing them with tools and opportunities to thrive in a sustainable and prosperous world. Examples of these successful projects abound, but let us start with the Rainbow Nation, Mzansi, as we call it. In the heart of South Africa, we find a story that reflects the global transformation that is taking place in the energy sector. Eskom, South Africa's national electricity utility, has embarked on a journey of change and renewal. In partnership with Saratech, South African Renewable Energy Technology Center, based here in the Cape, at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, and our very own GEAP, we have laid the foundation for a project that will serve as a beacon of hope and progress. Last year, Saratech, Eskom, and GEAP joined hands to create the Komati Training Facility. This facility, as part of Eskom's Komati Repowering and Repurposing project, has a noble purpose: to reskill, retrain, and upskill the workers and the communities that are affected by the changing energy landscape. As we gather here today, we stand on the portion of one of the greatest and the largest coal power station, which was decommissioned and repowered and repurposed in the world, and is the biggest the world has ever seen. One of its goals is to train 500 workers, some of them existing Eskom workers, but in particular, community members in Mpumalanga. Separately, GEAP and Shortlist have launched Women in Green Jobs, a new collaboration to create 750 green jobs for women across 6 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. That is in Nigeria, Uganda, Sierra Leone, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Malawi. GEAP launched, which was launched at COP26 with philanthropic partners, including the Rockefeller Foundation, IKEA Foundation, and Bezos Earth Fund, and some of the development financing institutions and energy sector partners working to accelerate investments in more rapid and equitable green energy transition in developing and emerging economies. Shortlist is a global leader in executive search and also young employment solutions, working across sub-Saharan Africa and India. The multi-year $2.2 million program with funding from Rockefeller Foundation will help scale up Shortlist's successful youth employment program for the energy sector. The Off-Grid Talent Initiative, which was started, is backed by UK's FCDO, the Carbon Trust, and the University of Cape Town, where we are today. Since its launch in 2019, the initiative has engaged with over 100,000 young people about careers in the green economy and have created over 400 jobs across 37 clean energy employers in different countries, especially in Africa, African countries. Shortlist's job creation model is innovative in multiple ways. First, Shortlist works directly with employers to address actual labor shortages, solving what we call the last mile of employer demand, rather than just conducting training and hoping that graduates will find jobs themselves. The second one is that Shortlist builds public good talent communities by partnering with community-based organizations, conducting market campaigns, and hosting events and peer learning opportunities to raise awareness and excitement about career paths in the renewable energy sector. And lastly, Shortlist deploys targeted wage subsidies to encourage employers to bring young people with little or no experience, providing critical on-the-job training for full-time employment. To date, over 90% of participants who completed these work experiences have converted into full-time employment. This shows the viability of what we call the job tryouts as a pathway to career track employment. Women for Green Jobs will take more deliberate gender approach to hiring. As part of this programming, Value for Women will provide gender-focused advisory services to energy employers to improve their human resource systems and processes, to hire and retain female talent, and also to ensure that that talent that has been hired is being supported with coaching and mentoring. In a sector where traditionally highly gendered opportunities are created, we believe that installation engineers, as we know, are predominantly men, and women have greater presence in digital customer service, field agents, and data analyst roles. Programming will cover not only these roles where women are already actively working, but also cover those that have been traditionally male-dominated in an effort to broaden perception of where women can contribute. GEP is committed to supporting gender equity to ensure that women will benefit from investments in renewable energy projects around the world. Our collaboration with Shortlist will help create opportunities for women to be part of the climate solution and jobs of the future. Through the Africa Energy Forum, EnergyNet, thank you. So EnergyNet has been highly effective at building a global network of industry-leading stakeholders, the majority of whom have initiatives designed to support and develop local communities. However, some of those initiatives remain largely unutilized due to the resources required to establish networks and engage people in those programs. And we have heard just now from Howard that the numbers have grown. Well done. So yes, we'll act as that convening hub to communicate with 100 million I say it again, 100 million Africans over the next 10 years through a network of philanthropic organizations, mobile operators, universities, learning initiatives, community-based networks, and corporate partners. By building an all-of-sector alliance to establish the world's largest network of potential African energy developers, entrepreneurs, and SMMEs, YES will speed up the pace of energy access for millions more people across the continent, as well as promoting the expansion of established initiatives already working with thousands and thousands of people independently of the rest of the development community. Despite the challenges, there are reasons for the youth in South Africa in particular to be excited about the future. The energy sector is a growing industry that presents many opportunities for young graduates. By participating in events like the YES Youth Energy Day, young people can connect with industry leaders and explore career paths in the energy sector. With the right skills and training, young people can take advantage of opportunities coming their way and contribute to the growth of the energy sector in Africa. And I see we have 90% of who I'm talking to, the young people. Yo, I look at you and I get amazed. I was in high school when you are here. As we look towards the future, we must remember that our youth, like you gathered here today, are the torch bearers of the energy transition. You are the torch bearers of the energy transition. Your passion, innovation, and dedication will drive the changes we need to build a more sustainable and equitable world. In your voices, your ideas, and your action will propel us forward into a brighter future. In conclusion, youth unemployment is a pressing issue in Africa. In South Africa, it's actually what we used to call in my days in 1976, a petrol bomb. And the energy sector, we believe, has a critical role to play in addressing this challenge. The YES Youth Energy Day is an important step towards empowering young graduates and promoting youth employment in the energy sector. I therefore urge you all participants to take advantage of this opportunity and connect with industry leaders, explore career paths, and contribute to the growth of the energy sector in Africa. In South Africa, let us address load shedding, no more load shedding, no more Eskom. And I said it in purposefully, people say it's not Eskom, it's Eskom, but we can make it a happy com going forward. I bless you. Thank you.
We're just going to take a slight hold here as we are going to be joining up with Nairobi for a joint session. So we do have some speakers here, which is lovely Karine and Lee. So if you guys would like to come to the stage and get yourselves ready, that would be fantastic. And then we will hopefully be joining up with Nairobi very, very shortly. Thank you. I'm forgetting to mention, thank you, Dr. Khoza, for your amazing words and for the work that GIAP is doing as well. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the delay. Nairobi were slightly behind us, but they have now finished their opening remarks. So welcome, everybody. We're going to be starting the next session very, very shortly, which is going to be looking at tomorrow's jobs today, which is going to be hosted by our moderator in Nairobi, Judith Mbogo, who's the Senior Communications Officer from Kengen. Here in Cape Town, we've got Lee Smith joining us on the panel, who is the Head of Renewables for Sub-Saharan Africa for ABL, South Africa. And we've also got Karine Breitenbach, who's the Director of Juniper Consulting and former Head of the IPP office. As you probably see from the programme, we also have representatives from the National Youth Caucus, Lucy Matuku. There's Olamide Anyi Afui, the CEO of the African Mini Grid Developers Association, or AMDA as they're known. Dr. Hans Koopman, from Siemens, who are one of our recruiting partners, and Lynette Luval, who's the Deputy Resident Representative from UNIDO in Kenya. I will pass you on, and we will loop in the sound from Kenya, hopefully. Thank you.
Us who they are, what is it that they do, and what is this drive that they have. Most of them, if not all of us actually here, are young people. We're in the age bracket of say 35 and below, and literally we can relate. If we've not been where you are like 5 or 10 years ago, we are literally in the same space. We are literally in the same age bracket. So these are real conversations that we want to be talking about. What is it that we see in the future that we can help to advance it today? You know, when you speak about the future, we are talking about a time in the next decade. We'll be talking about, you know, technology, digital era has taken over. So if we don't embrace that, if we don't also become up to task as youth, we'll be left behind. And us being the next generation of future leaders, we honestly need to do our best. We need to go the extra mile. We need to embrace the future that is coming, the digital era, you know, the robotics, name it, emotional intelligence. All these things are things that in the next decade is what will be happening. So those are some of the talks that we'll be having today. With that in mind, I will, let me see, we can start ladies first. So I think we can start with Lucy. You can tell us a bit about yourself. Then after that, we'll go to the team joining us virtually. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judith. My name is Lucy Mutuku, the CEO of National Youth Caucus Kenya, where we deal with economic empowerment of the youth through embracing entrepreneurship as a solution to youth unemployment. whereby our major program is called the YES, which is a sister to this YES. It's the Youth Entrepreneurship Summit, whereby we hold the summits quarterly across different regions in the country, equipping the youth with skills on entrepreneurship, starting from addressing the challenges that we face as young entrepreneurs, how we get access to finances or funding, how the legislative body, that is how our legislators can help us adopt or draft some of the policy to create an enabling environment when it comes to thriving of our enterprises. And also pitching, because we also work with different partners on how they can support the youth. So essentially that is all about National Youth Caucus, which now led to the Africa Youth Caucus that has base in 6 countries, starting with Nigeria, Uganda, TZ, Malawi, South Africa, and now trusting that by the end of the year we will have touch bases in Egypt, Ghana, and Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. We can move on to Dr. Hans. Yes, it is.
Thanks a lot for having me. My name is Khoza. I started with the company Siemens about 15 years ago. Our main choice for joining that company was the breadth of things you can do at Siemens, which I also really tested in my own career. We'll talk about breakdowns later, but I was doing commissioning of power plants, I've been in R&D, I've been in sales, I've been in procurement. And now, since about 4 years, I'm specifically working on the topic of hybrid technology. So with that, we mean hybridization of power plants, combination of solar PV with wind, with batteries. Hydrogen is becoming an increasingly important topic in that space as well. And I'm senior advisor within the business development team for the entire continent of Africa, meaning I support internally the colleagues with these kinds of projects that touch on renewable energy, power to X, hydrogen, and so on. It is not working. There we go. And also I have a lot of customer interfaces. A lot of the customers are also actually quite new to this industry, so I help the customers there as well, building their business cases, building their development for the specific projects. So very cool job to do. Thank you.
Yes, you can go next.
Sure. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Obi Banda. I work for an organization called ATD, the African Trade and Investment Development Insurance. I'm based here in Nairobi, but I'm from Zambia. In terms of what we do as an organization, we provide guarantees and insurance, mainly for investors looking to do business across the African continent. In the power sector, we do that for investors who are concerned about 2 things. One is political risk, the other is trade credit. So political risk is you invest in Kenya, there's an election and the new government is not very happy with your project. You've invested and hoping to reap your investment over 10, 20 years. So such concerns are usually big and they vary from country to country. So we provide guarantees to make it easier for those kind of investments to be possible. Personally, I have a background in banking and finance. Up until 5 years ago when I relocated to Nairobi, I used to work in insurance. So those guys that come knocking on your door asking to assess your motor vehicle, the guys everybody here hates when you have an accident and you're struggling to get your claim. I have a background in that, but for the last 5 years within ATD, I've been managing our power portfolio and I've had the privilege to be part of projects such as Lake Turkana, Kipeto here in Kenya, but across the region as well in other projects by providing guarantees and insurance that make that financing possible. And hopefully as part of this session, I can share some of my experience and just the kind of transition you can have from an accounting, a finance, and insurance background, particularly being in a business school, and what kind of opportunities are there in the energy sector and what they look like going forward. So looking forward to the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Obi. We'll move over next to Lynette.
Good morning. Good morning. I guess you can hear me. Oh, good morning. Morning, everybody. My name is Lynette Luvai. I work at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization as the deputy representative. At UNIDO, we support governments to promote inclusive, sustainable industrial development, and we do this through a partnership approach, working with government, working with private sector, academia, and development partners to really implement projects that promote industrial development. Some of the projects that we implement are geared towards skills development and entrepreneurship development of young people, and also looking at the issue around energy and energy transition as a key theme for us as we move forward. I'm happy to be here. It's a real pleasure to be here. Many years ago, I was a student at this very university, over 20 years ago, so please don't try to guess my age. And also recognizing that I grew up in the neighborhood. I grew up in Madaraka Estate, just down the road. So this really brings back to me memories. It's a real homecoming to me, and I'm very happy to be here, to be part of the conversation. I'm a mother of 2 children, and so the issue of youth is very key to my heart. I have an avid interest in mentoring and coaching youth, and therefore this topic is really speaks to my heart. Happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olamide Niafie, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of an organization called AMDA, the Africa Mini Grid Developers Association. It's an industry association that represents private sector mini grid developers, who build small-scale utilities in rural communities across the African continent. Prior to that, I studied law, worked in financial markets, worked in hydropower, so I am sort of living proof that you can work in the energy sector regardless of your background. Pleasure to be here as well. I remember back in the days of my uni, I wasn't as bold to be attending these sorts of events. So I encourage you guys to continue to do this. I think this is, is a good step in the right direction. So, and I'm looking forward to sharing our ideas on our background and experience with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move over to the panelists who will be joining us virtually. We can start with Karen. I hope they can hear us.
Hello.
Karen?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Perfect.
Okay.
Go on and introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Karin Breitenbach. And Dr. Snowy, I'm one of the older ones here. So I also remember the petrol bomb discussions. But I just want to say that you are the voice, as Dr. Snowy said, of the future. And you need to stand up for that and make it your own. So I've got exactly the same I don't know whether it's a problem, but anyway, I started in an audit firm, and from there I left for a period to DBSA, where it was more about the financial public finance investment, and then the DBSA started doing the private sector investment. In other words, concessions, IPPs, etc. Now, from there, I went to Treasury, and I was in their PPP unit, set up the finance desk, and started doing PPPs, which is a very interesting space to be in. And I believe it is the future. I really believe if we think about energy and load shedding in South Africa, if the private sector is now not standing up and take our hand as the government, we really are in trouble. I also want to talk about later about private sector in transmission and distribution. We opened the space with the IPP office for private sector in renewable energy, but now we need to take bravely the next step to think about how do we bring in the private sector in transmission and in distribution, because the generators are now there, but we can't get the energy, the electrons to the customers. So there is a huge field that we still need to develop, and we still need to find the model and then make sure that you become involved and enjoy what we are currently enjoying. So thank you. That's me.
Thank you so much, Karen. We'll move over to Lee Smith.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
okay. So thank you very much. I'm Lee Smith. As introduced, I work for ABL. I work within the OWC part of ABL. So ABL is a 1,500 person company, and OWC is a 200 person group within ABL. We do onshore and offshore wind. We do solar PV. We do hydrogen, and we do battery energy storage. My personal background is in engineering. So I studied aeronautics at WITS, and then I studied sustainable energy engineering here at UCT. And I started working in the energy industry back in about 2009. And I've mostly worked in consulting since then. So that's been in lenders technical advisory and due diligence, as well as owners engineering. So coaching and mentoring is also quite a passion of mine. And I'm particularly interested in the gap, closing the gap between where you've got university leavers and what the job market is looking for, and how we close that. Because typically what I've found is when we get graduates, it takes us about 2 years of effort to get graduates up to speed of where we can actually leave them semi-autonomously to do their work. And I want to get that down to only a few months, and that's taking quite a bit of effort, and that's my primary goal at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen and Lee, and our able panelists. This is a panel that has diverse expertise, as you've heard, from those in the energy sector, from private and public sector, from government, from say those who are dealing with financing. So we'll be able to have a lot of those on and off conversations, not just in the energy sector relation. So with that said, I think mainly for the new early professionals and also the graduates who are about to join the job market, when we talk about the energy sector, and I think even Shidika just mentioned, it's diverse. It's not just about people who have say studied in the STEM industry. It's not just about science and technology and engineering and mathematics. As I mentioned, I personally have been in the energy sector for the last 9 years, but I'm a communications expert. But wherever you find yourself working at, you need to understand what that sector or what that industry is all about. It's about diversifying your skill set, and also understanding what is going on around where you are. So not just STEM, you'll find there are people in finance, there are people in procurement, HR, name it. So this is actually a very good platform for each one of us to be here. And with that, I think I'll start with you, Banda. Having expertise in the renewable energy initiative and also renewable energy portfolio, what would you say are some of the latest energy developments that have been brought about?
Sure, thank you. So maybe to set the scene, as we were told, not everybody here has a power background, but just think of it this way. We have electricity in this room, so clearly that has to be generated somewhere. That generation can be from hydro, from solar, it can be from heavy fuel oil and other sources. In Kenya, thankfully, the bulk of it is from renewable energy sources, so Kenya is ahead of the curve compared to other markets. Now, in terms of the trends, there's something that Judith mentioned in her opening remarks, that KenGen has a market share of about 60-70% in Kenya, which is really, really good. But KenGen then is government owned, and the other 30 to 40% is being provided by the private sector. That's a one trend that we are seeing, and it will continue growing going forward. The reason is government financing has done so much already, and government entities have achieved so much already. But if Kenya is going to grow and the wider continent is going to grow in the manner it wants to, and in the manner it should, the role of the private sector will keep increasing. So the likes of Siemens will have a greater role to play there. And that's an important trend that we see not only in how power is being delivered to our households, but in how investments are being done in the power sector. So that's the first one I would share. The second one relates to innovation. When you think about a power project, you normally think about these very, very big plants somewhere that are delivering power to the national grid. So it's a big hydro dam, which most of us probably visit as tourists, take pictures next to the big walls. You have the wind farms like in Gong, when you take a walk or you go for a hike there. Those are historically some of the projects that have powered African societies. But now you're seeing a change. So the work that Olamide's organization is doing with AMDA, the work that Professor Da Silva, who's part of Ofgen, I'm aware, is doing, that's the kind of innovation that we'll see more and more, where you see smaller projects taking on a leading role in providing power to households. Another trend is in climate-friendly initiatives. So we are all aware of the fact that if we don't make an effort to have green power available, we'll all be contributing towards challenging times for the continent down the road. So that again is another area of innovation that we've seen. The last trend, I think, relates to youth participation and local ownership. So when you look at the entire power value chain, the amount of youth participation historically has been very low. And that's partly because maybe we don't have the skills, but that is slowly changing. And the level of local ownership as well is, you want to see a local power plant that has the best practice, the best resources, the best skill set, but to the extent possible also allows for local investors, local ownership within those structures. So those are the kind of trends, and obviously that then informs the kind of jobs and roles that will come up going forward. So I'll stop there, Judith, for now.
Thank you so much, Banda. Olamide, do you want to add on some other more trends?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for doing justice to that, because from our perspective, as Obi said, we believe the future of power generation is really decentralized, and this is not with all, with the complementarity of, for example, the bigger hydropower plants or the bigger power plants. From a technology perspective, you see move for longer storage. So for example, we're moving away from lead batteries to lithium batteries. If I speak from a mini-grid perspective, there's a lot of attention. The likes of GIAP are looking at powering more smaller utilities because they're able to achieve large-scale electrification in a very climate-resilient manner. So, for example, I read somewhere that during the hurricanes in the States, some of the grid-connected infrastructure were blown away by the hurricanes, but the mini grids, because they're so small and insulated and modular, they were able to resist some of the drastic climate change, effects. So we're leaning towards sort of climate resilient, climate friendly types of technologies, and I think those are smaller trends that we're seeing in this sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Hans, is there anything else you'd want to add to the trends?
Yeah, I think it was very insightful already what has been said, and I'd like to build especially on the first two aspects that Banda was also saying. how the private sector's portion in the grid will increase, and especially from an industrial point of view, what we see as Siemens Energy as well is, you know, the more and more industries that used to be connected to the grid are looking into producing their own energy. They can have different reasons, like Karen was also alluding to already. Sometimes it's access to energy, reliability of the grid. Sometimes if you want to reach your sustainability goals, you cannot if the grid is based on, you know, 90% of coal or something, as it is not in Kenya, but for instance in South Africa it's a completely different situation. There are different forces in play that make industries look at producing their own power. And then you're getting, from a grid perspective, you're getting to a situation where you have all of a sudden, you might call them prosumers, right? So there are consumers that at the same time produce energy. They want to consume a large part of what they're producing, but they also want to sell their excess energy into the grid. So this is definitely something that we're seeing. And the grid themselves also need to handle that as well, right? So in many cases, these grid projects, they take a long time, and they need to be careful not to become a bottleneck of these developments, especially if you have a dislocation between where the most of the consumption is and where most of the renewable energy sources are, right? Taking again the example of South Africa, I might know that a little bit better. You know, you have a lot of big consumers in the east, but you have a lot of renewable potential, sun and wind, rather in the mid and in the west. So how are you going to bring that energy towards there? I'm living in Germany, I could make the same case. A lot of producers in the south of Germany, a lot of car manufacturers sitting in the south, and we are setting up a lot of offshore wind in the north. Power used to go from south to north, and now all of a sudden we need to bring it from north to south, right? And Kenya will face similar issues there as well. So these are very important trends that need to be tackled in the next, let's say, 5 to 10 years to make sure that we don't, that we can continue this energy transition.
Absolutely, thank you so much, Hans. And I'll move over to Lee Smith. Maybe you can wrap up that conversation about the new sector developments that we have. Maybe you can speak about the case in South Africa.
Sure, thanks very much. So what we're starting to see now within South Africa is the emergence of battery energy storage. Eskom a few weeks ago commissioned its first battery energy storage project in the Western Cape, which is a great achievement. We've also had Scartec recently commission its first PV and storage project. So, and we're hopefully going to be seeing the announcement of the results of the battery energy storage tender round that was released a few months ago in South Africa. So battery energy storage will hopefully alleviate some of the need for grid reinforcement and expansion within the country, which at the moment, obviously, it will help us with load shedding, but secondly, will help alleviate this dire need for grid expansion in a lot of the areas. Looking to the future, we know that in Southern Africa, particularly South Africa and Namibia, hydrogen and power to X, so ammonia, methanol, and so on, is going to be a key market. We've already, the government has committed to a hydrogen strategy. So we know that these are coming in the future, and that will require extensive amounts of electricity. And we know that renewables and hydrogen production will go hand in hand together. So that's a very interesting thing that's going to happen. Within South Africa, we're also going to see what happens with the gas economy. We were supposed to have a gas round that was going to be announced as well. So we would have gas IPPs also operating within the country. We know that we've got very good gas reserves. We've got Mozambique that's got one of the best gas reserve finds globally. And we've got some of our own gas reserves locally in South Africa that haven't been exploited yet. And when we talk about the just energy transition for countries in Africa, that doesn't necessarily mean for us that we're going to go straight renewables. We have to keep a broader, sense of what's actually best for us and what makes sense for us as a, lowest cost of energy and transition using the resources that we've got available to us. So gas makes a lot of sense. And then we have to also talk about the elephant in the room of what the future of coal looks like for us, because we are going to have coal for decades to come. We're not just going to switch them off. We can't afford to. There are whole areas and cities and towns that rely on these coal plants and mines to keep power generating. So we can't just switch them off. Will new coal be built? We don't know. We're awaiting the latest release of the IRP. Hopefully that will come before the end of the year. And who knows what's going to be in that. We don't know what the future of nuclear also looks like. And will we have the skills in-house to be able to build this nuclear if we do get it into the IRP? So there's a lot of question marks which at the moment in South Africa are sitting waiting for this IRP to be released before we can really put our foot forward and know what's going to happen.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you so much. Having understood some of the developments that are coming up in the energy sector, what is it that we can do as a young people to tap onto this and see if there are jobs we can go towards advancing or trying to create towards this? So the next question would be talking more about what jobs will new developments and trends create in the short and medium term. And I think we'll start with you, Lucy. Lucy, I know you are very passionate about job creation. You're passionate about the youth, about empowerment, and about telling people to reach out and also create their own jobs. You don't have to wait to be employed. A good example is what you've done with your company. So what is it that some of these new developments that we've just talked about are able to bring about some jobs for the youth?
Oh, thank you so much, Judith, for that question. And to realize, I'll emphasize on what most of the panelists have said, whereby we're talking about the transition to renewable energy. And to realize that the transition comes with a lot of opportunities, whereby, right now we're talking about solar, we're talking about wind. When we look at those specific industries or sectors or sources of energy, we have opportunities all the way from installation, from production, from maintenance, and even repairs. And because, the solar installations, solar panels have to be installed. So both on a long-term and on a short-term basis. We're talking about energy storage innovations, whereby now we transited or we are changing from lead to now lithium. Those are innovations that we as young people, we can tap into and look into how we can position ourselves to or align ourselves to such opportunities by being innovative. We're talking about the automotive industry. Look at, right now we're talking about moving to electric vehicles. Such industries will come with new opportunities from charging stations, whereby we also need those batteries to be repaired. We need them to be changed from time to time. We also need managers. We've said that jobs do not just entail the energy sector. How can, for instance, I have a background in energy, I don't have a background in energy, but I have a background in civil engineering and I have a background in procurement and logistics. So how can I align these maybe to create maybe a career opportunity or an entrepreneurial opportunity? And now it's interesting that we're talking about the shift to hydrogen economy, whereby we're trying to see or look into hydrogen as a source of energy. So all the way from production, all the way from from even storage of the hydrogen, because it has to be stored, otherwise it's going to be harmful to the environment. And lastly, because I don't want to talk too much, we're talking about carbon reductions. And it's interesting that I came across an article or something from the Ministry of Trade, whereby the CS, Rebecca, stated that Kenya has now traded over 2.2 million tons of carbon credits. That is an advantage to the government, number one, and it's doing justice to our economies. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucy. I'm seeing you're feeling the conversation here. These are practical ideas of some of the jobs that can be created when we are moving into the energy development. I'll also move this same question over to you, Lynette.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Just to build on what Lucy has said, she has highlighted the various opportunities that are available. For institutions such as ourselves, being the UN and also partnering with other international development actors, specifically for UNIDO, we are looking at these opportunities and asking ourselves, okay, the opportunities are there, the youth are here. How do we bridge the gap? How do the youth take charge of these opportunities? And we find our entry point, therefore, is in skills development. We have identified that as a key barrier. And so coming in, therefore, to build the skills of youth to be able to take forward these opportunities. And just to give you one or two examples that we are specifically working on, so we are currently co-creating and designing various projects that will build the capacity of youth to take charge of these opportunities. One being looking at industry and working with industry to support them to implement practical use of digital technologies. We are looking at mixed reality approaches. So looking at that in terms of building the capacity and training youth to make them future ready for emerging skills. And so looking at the issue of what technologies are available in the north, in the south, and can we bring these appropriate technologies to Kenya? Looking at ways to work with academia to develop appropriate curriculum, and also partnering with government to create an enabling environment in terms of policies and strategies to support these approaches that are really innovative, that are not here yet. And in this, we have discussed with industry, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Ministry of ICT, Ministry of Industry. We've discussed with development partners such as the government of Norway. And we have all come to the point where we feel that these kind of initiatives will help us to pilot these strategies geared to supporting youth towards enjoying the opportunities that are available. And then one other an example is also jointly working with other UN agencies to develop the skills of youth around green skills for green jobs. So identifying youth and building their capacity to work in renewable energy spaces, with solar, with with other low carbon industries. So just some practical examples of how we have looked at these opportunities and our entry point in towards some really practical ways of supporting youth to take charge of these opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lynette. Banda, in your area of expertise, what are some other job opportunities that the youth can tap on from the developments that we've mentioned earlier on?
Sure, thanks. So I'll try to correlate the opportunities available with the trends that we've all spoken towards and the example that Professor Da Silva had mentioned earlier. So I think it's quite clear that the role of the private sector will grow. So when you think about jobs in energy, 5 years ago in a Kenyan context, it's a job with KPLC, it's a job with KenGen, Ketraco, GDC. But going forward, as the role of the private sector grows, there'll be more and more job opportunities in that space. Another aspect of that trend or that evolution is that African governments at the moment, and it won't change for some time, are challenged with fiscal space. That means if the Kenyan government wants to invest $1 billion in the next power generation in transmission infrastructure, it's very difficult to do that now, and it will be for the foreseeable future of the Treasury, of the Ministry of Energy. That's the same for a lot of African governments. Now, that then brings in how would that financing be made possible? What kind of innovation will be required to make that financing possible? Now, that burden moves away from your engineer who has to design the project, who has to design if it's solar or it's geothermal, who has to do the actual building. It then moves into a financing space. How can we make that financing possible, moving away from a traditional structure? One way is through what is commonly referred to as blended finance. So you combine government support or government guarantees, a government balance sheet. You then introduce philanthropy, which is something GIAP is doing very well, and other entities as well. You then look at donor funding, because donors are willing to support this space, but historically they've not done so. Now, coming back to the question itself, with the jobs in that space, it's a very new area. So don't go into that space expecting to find a well-defined job description which you can comfortably fit in. Go into that space and try to design, or at least to be part of the teams that design those instruments that work. I think Karen mentioned earlier, with her experience, South Africa did a very good job introducing the private sector to power a lot of the country's energy infrastructure. They are not quite there yet, but that trend worked well and it created jobs. And you have this new trend now of blended finance, of a combination of big multinationals and mini-grid developers, a combination of a Siemens and a local entrepreneur who has a concept, delivering projects, but more importantly, delivering financing that works. There will be jobs in that space, but those jobs in part need to be created. So you need to be nimble, you need to be flexible, and you need to be open to the fact that don't go into a room and expect to be told 1, 2, 3 is how you deliver it. Go into a room and ask, how have you delivered it in the past? But I've seen this work in agriculture. I've seen this work in education. Why can't we adopt those mechanisms and adopt them into private financing for power projects? So I think a lot of jobs will come from that financial innovation. To the example Dr. Da Silva mentioned earlier about the graduate in Uganda that impressed a senior banker in the central bank with an Excel skill set. That senior banker probably has 20, 30 years of central banking experience, but because they didn't have that Excel skill set, they might have taken much longer to deliver on a job or deliver on a particular task than they needed to. And the same thing will happen in finance. You have DFIs such as the World Bank, AFDB, IFC, ourselves. You have institutions such as the Kenyan government with the National Treasury. There are people in those institutions who know how to get things done and have done them very well for a long time. What each and every one of us, particularly the younger people and the graduates who are coming to the market in the coming years, is ask yourself, what's the equivalent of that Excel skill that impressed the central banker? Is it AI? Is it financial intermediation? Is it how to develop a financial model? Is it how to market these products? Because sometimes we do a disservice to ourselves because we fail to raise the financing, not because you don't know your project or you don't know your market, you simply don't know how to raise the points, how to argue them out. So what kind of skill set? And in summary, what's the equivalent of the Excel skill set, the Ugandan graduate have that you want to have in the next 3, 4, 5 years? It won't be Excel anymore because they know how to manage Excel. So ask ourselves, what's that niche that you have to add to make all of these trends possible? So that's what I would share on that.
Thank you so much, Banda. You've literally almost preempted the next question, but they are very interlinked. However, still on the new job development.
Okay, so I would answer this question just given sort of a personal story, and I always ask myself, what is a lawyer doing as CEO of an organization that promotes energy access? So I think what I'm trying to say here is that versatility also helps. So don't box yourself in. So opportunities will come to you if you open up your mind beyond your current role. It's good to be an expert or good in one thing, but you'll find that you have an advantage when you pursue being a jack of all trades. Sometimes we use that expression in a negative way, but guess what? It means jack of all trades, master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. So I've been privileged enough to be the dumbest person in the room so many times, but that is something that I've taken pride in, because you go into rooms where you speak to engineers, you speak to finance, you speak to HR, you can speak the language and communicate it in a way that a 6-year-old would understand. So from a practical perspective, speaking from the mini-grid development sector, many of our mini-grid developers today, for example, are brilliant engineers who can build sites in their sleep. But guess what? They need to raise money. So they'll need a finance person. They need to draft contracts, so they need a lawyer. They need to put structures in place. So they probably need a strong HR person. They probably need somebody who's a strong project manager. They need to communicate what they do effectively. So they need a comms expert, but bear in mind that you have to learn, or you have to be comfortable being the dumbest person in the room so that you can take advantage of the opportunities. I'll leave it at that, but I thought I should share my own personal story. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good. Once again, Lee Smith, you will wind up on that question on the jobs and tap on in the new developments in the energy sector.
Sure, thank you. So in the shorter term, I'd say, given that grid is such a key issue across the continent, electrical engineers with power systems knowledge and power systems analysis and grid expansion, as well as rural electrification and how to build mini grids, I think is a key thing. So that's one particular role that I see more and more being prevalent within sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, especially given that there's a general electrification rate of about 51% and 600 million people, the vast majority of those 600 million people are in sub-Saharan Africa that do not have access to basic electricity. And as it's already been said before, it's not going to happen through typical grid. It's going to happen mostly through rural electrification, solar home systems, mini grids, etc. And that's an art on its own. And you need to, I think, be focused on that as an outcome of your power systems knowledge coming from university. And if universities aren't offering that, we need to find a way to get those kinds of courses into universities. There are some programs that are provided by other organizations as well, which are starting to focus on mini grid academies and so on. I'd also say in the terms of batteries, we're going to start seeing the need for chemical engineering specifically on battery cell technology and chemistry. And then we're also going to really need more people with the knowledge of how energy yield calculations and GIS mapping and things like that. So that doesn't necessarily need to be a STEM person. A lot of that can be learned by just going on courses to learn how to do this, use the software, how the inputs work, and so on, and you can become a developer. I'd say in the medium term, as we start to see the hydrogen economy emerging, we're going to need chemical engineers that understand the electrolysis process and how we can build our own electrolysis equipment within Africa and not have to rely on China and those kinds of countries to provide us with all of the technology. Electric vehicles, we're also going to need specific training of technicians to be able to maintain our electric vehicles and not rely on overseas countries as well for that. And then I'd say one role, it's already been touched on, but one role that isn't really defined, and it's very difficult to define it, but there is a lack of a qualified developer within Africa. And it's a very difficult path to get to where you can become a qualified developer and have the necessary background and skills to go to banks, to go to financiers, show them that you're credible, being able to raise finance, build projects, get permitting, EIAs, and all the planning permissions and all those kinds of things done. That basically is 90% of the job of getting a power project. The actual construction of it is the easy part. The development of the project is the difficult part, and there's no clear defined path for a person to get from A to B in how to do that. And that's where I actually see industry playing a much bigger role in helping to define what that career path is and how we will define it within the industry terms.
Thank you so much, Lee. Karen, Hello, thank you. Having led teams in most successful renewable energy IPPs, having been a project director in various projects, and even in energy projects, what would you say are some of the key skills companies are looking for when recruiting graduates?
Can I just firstly say, we are all focusing on the private sector, but have you thought about planning? And where is planning happening? That is in government. It's not in the private sector. So nobody is referring to jobs in government. Nobody is referring to how do we develop people who are in government, because government is supposed to create the enabling environment for the private sector to come and invest. And if you don't have that, then you're in trouble, because then it's a haphazard way of doing things and not a plain, proper, planned rollout of whatever you want to achieve. I think the other thing that people are not referring to is an economy cannot go without logistics and cannot go without water. And if you don't have those two, the three, energy, logistics, and water, forget about an economy. Look at what's happening to us in South Africa. Our economy has taken a dive. Why? Because we do not have enough electricity. We do not have, the water is becoming a big crisis, and we all need to think about that in jobs in water, in the water sector. And the linkage between electricity and water is critical, because if your pumps don't work, you're not going to have clean water to drink. So we need to start thinking broader than what we are currently doing. We need to think about how do you develop a country, not only me and my project. It's really about a country, because if we develop a country, our children will have jobs. But if we keep on just thinking about us, me, and me, then our children will not have jobs. And then you start getting what is currently happening in South Africa. The private sector is taking over. The government is nowhere to be found. And that's wrong, because your planning cannot work like that. It cannot be haphazard. You have to deal with planning first and then roll out. But if you don't have a government that is ahead of the private sector and who knows where they want to go, then you get this thing that we are seeing currently with electricity in South Africa. The 10 megawatt. Firstly, 1 megawatt disappeared, and it wasn't the government. Then the 10 megawatt disappeared, and then the 100 megawatt disappeared. So those were all caps as to when do you get a license from NERSA versus when can you just register your project. Now, it's a good thing that the president just one morning stood up and he said, well, forget about caps. But that's not how a government and a country should work. Because you're not dealing with a small little company like mine where I can wake up and decide what to do. You are working with people. It's a country. The country belongs to the people. And if you don't make sure that you plan with enough jobs along the way from where you are today, where you want to be by 2050, you're going to have a chaotic environment where everybody will just take whatever they want to do and they'll just do it. And that's not right. So therefore, jobs in government, we're all talking about in the private sector, but jobs in government is incredibly important. We need to have sharp brains there. We need to have people with skills there, people who can organize, who can think about the future, who know where they want to go, where they want to take the country. I mean, even jobs in politics, it's important. We think about that as that's a politician. It's not that. That politician takes the decision for us and our future, and then gives guidance to the government. And unless we start thinking like that, that this is holistic. This is not only about energy or my IPP program that I did or my project that I want to do. No, this is about a country on a continent, and that country needs to come and produce for the future and for the children of who are now at school and who still need to be born. I mean, what I've read the other day is that you youngsters will be on your deathbed and you'll still learn, because that's how quickly things are going to change now. You can't think that I want to do this, I want to be the financial advisor. No, I need to adjust. I need to be agile. I need to be able to, although I have got a financial background, I need to be able to understand the technical part of the environment that I am in. Therefore, pull it broad. You should think about, this is the world. I can go anywhere in this world, but give me the opportunity, because I've got the attitude to be agile. I'll adjust to whatever is necessary, and I will go and work in government if that is what is necessary, because the government is your first layer of success. And if that is not right, you have got big trouble. So I just want to say to all of you, open your minds. It's your time. And things are going to be extremely more difficult than what it is now, but very exciting. So if you can see that I can adjust to another job or another place, then go for it. Don't ever let somebody stop you from using your opportunities, the future that you see that may be different from the future that I see. But do it and take that opportunity and think broadly, not in a narrow way. Solar and wind and hydrogen, they'll all be there in any event. But go and take out of that what you need and where you fit, and be happy, because it's wonderful to have an opportunity. So people who are content, positive, and have agility, those are the people that will survive in the future and be making a difference. So yeah, so I know it's not exactly the answer to the question, but I'm luckily older, so I can also teach.
Thank you so much. I believe we've gotten something: flexibility, diversity, agility, be broad. Dr. Hans, please add onto some of these skills.
Let's see if, yeah, this one's working. The example was taken before. I wanted to allude it again from Professor De Silva with the Excel sheet, right? And what he also said is, you know, that you can't just flash a degree and say, okay, now hire me, right? So your degree, your skills, of course, they are the ticket, let's say, to the interview, right? Be it in finance, be it in legal, be it in communication, be it as an engineer, whatever that is. Of course, you need the basic skills. That's your ticket to the interview, but it's not your ticket to the job, right? So as a company, you're not interested in, like he said, you're not interested to hire machines or to hire engines. I cannot think of a single job within Siemens Energy, and there are 90,000 of them, which I obviously don't know of individually, but I cannot think of a single job where you just sit and do a certain thing without being dependent on other people and on external factors. Meaning, if you want to do your job right, and if you want to do a good job, you need to be able to interact with the people around you, bring out the best in your colleagues as well, that will support you in doing your job. That means social skills. I mean, we're present also in, I think, in 90 countries. Many of these jobs, you have collaborations between people from different, you know, from Europe, from India, from the US, from Africa. There are cultural differences there. There are language barriers there. There are time zone differences there. So you need to be, I'm not saying get up at night to talk to someone in the US at 3 o'clock. That's not what I'm saying, right? I'm saying, you know, use your social skills, be able to position yourself into somebody else, what is driving that person? He's not really delivering what I need. Why is that? What is bothering him? What is hindering him? Can I understand that person? And it could be something that he has no control over. These are the aspects that in the end are the difference between your own success in the job that you're doing or failure, right? And so we try to look at people. I personally also, when I hire, I like to hire attitude over experience, if you know what I mean. I like, you know, I can't, if I have an older person with 20 years of experience, but his attitude is wrong, I can't teach that attitude. I will have a really hard time trying to get the best out of that person. But if I have a younger person with less experience, but with the right attitude, with the right mindset, eager to learn, eager to do the best, right? That's the person I want. That's the one I want, because I can teach the skills, you know, like Lee was saying, hopefully not 2 years to do that, right? But you can teach the skills. If the attitude is there, you can teach the skills. These are the people, and that's how you want to come across also in these interviews. You know, don't show off your degree, don't show off your notes, show off that you can think outside of the box and that you have social skills and good communication skills.
Amazing, very practical, I believe. Olamide, you have something to add on to that?
Yeah, another maybe practical example. I always say, for example, if you're an intern in an organization and somebody asks you to go to the printer to pick up a letter or document, I would encourage you to read that document, and because the person who sent you might have made some mistakes. Now, if you look at the document and you spot a mistake and you tell the person, oh, I spotted this, or why don't we do this? Shows that you're thinking beyond just being a robot. You know, you're thinking about the end result. You put yourself in the shoes of the person who sent you, and you're thinking about the final output. That is one of many practical examples of having the right attitude to the job. Unless you're told specifically, don't read that document. You have to think about the output. So that way you're making yourself useful. You're a problem solver. You're thinking of how I can make this delivery even better. You know, I never underestimate your knowledge, because a lot of top executives are leaning on smart people to sort of help them succeed. The more self-aware executives know that they need you. So never underestimate the value that you bring in any organization that you have. But I'll just lean on what Hans has said. It is really more attitude over your skill sets, because in the end of the day, you can be a first-class brain. If you have the wrong attitude, you might succeed in some environments, but broadly speaking, longevity of your career depends on your attitude. So that's my thanks.
Thank you so much. Lucy, maybe you can. Now, since you work a lot with the young people, encourage them and tell them.
You know, we cannot cry all of us. We also need to have some of us who are patting their backs and telling them it's going to be well. Now, I think most of the fellow panelists have said a lot. The only thing that I can add is also on times are changing. We are getting into the digital era a lot. So it's upon us as young people to also boost our skills in terms of aligning ourselves with the evolving technology. I mean, we realize that nowadays there are lots of courses on some things that are really available even freely on internet, relying on YouTube. We have LinkedIn that offers very important learning tools. We have Coursera and many others. So we need to advance our skills, especially in the digital era, so that we remain competitive. Because, I mean, right now, why would I hire, now this is a question, why would I hire you to do a job if you cannot like enter that data? Why do I need to employ 2 people, yet you can advance that skill and you will have like competitive skills? So I think it's also important to also keep up with the evolving technology and ensure that we're not left out. Yes.
Thank you so much. We will do a last question, then we'll go. Sorry, then we'll move over to the question and answers. So Lee, we'll start with you. Being passionate in shaping companies to be people-centric and also being very keen in leadership development, what would you say are some of the ways that companies can better shape, or rather they can better share plans for future roles for the youth?
Okay, so I think firstly on this topic, it's important to understand that developers and IPPs that drive renewable energy projects and energy projects in general forward have a difficult time themselves and understanding what the future will look like, because they are very reliant on what policy is released by governments in terms of how they can move forward in developing their projects. And if they have that difficulty, it's difficult for them to then translate that down into what kind of recruitment plans they can be forecasting into the future. And are they going to be able to do things like internship or graduate programs? So that's one point. And for companies that can afford to do it and are committed to doing it, collaboration with energy associations is a key element to it. So, for example, our Wind Energy Association, SAWIA, has a wind energy internship program which companies can participate in. It's a 12-month program where learners coming out of university can be incorporated into companies. They get paid a stipend, and then whatever the company wants to pay on top of that, they are free to do so. And then they can go off either to other companies in the job market, or you absorb them into your current company. So if companies want to be proactive and do things like that, involving themselves with an industry association is a key first step. If there isn't an industry association, then talking to fellow companies within the industry and forming an association, I think, is the first key step to getting there. And of course, forming a energy association has other benefits in terms of lobbying to government and engaging government and other stakeholders and so on. And then I think as well as that, engaging universities directly and being involved, especially if you are an alumnus rather of a particular university, being involved as a way of giving back to the university, to get involved in the programs that universities deliver and saying, okay, this is the kind of coursework we would suggest that you give to graduates, because it's the skills that we need graduates coming out of your university to have, that we can employ them more readily. And also encouraging them, because in a lot of, let's say, engineering courses, your final project that you do in your last year can be aligned with what a company is looking for as well. So having input into those projects can help the graduate come out of university and be more aligned with what a company's recruitment plan could look like.
Thank you so much. Lynette, do you have any programs back at your workplace, or how do you communicate some of these roles that the young people can maybe venture into?
Yes, on this topic, as the United Nations, we do have internship programs and also volunteer programs. And in many cases, some agencies have very structured partnerships with certain universities where they are able to target a cohort of their students to come in and interview and get jobs as interns. And what that does is that it gives you an entry point, if you're interested in international development, to the entire UN system. And the United Nations Volunteer Program is also open to all. I think there's an age limit. If you just Google that, you will find that. And it's a good entry point because it also provides the opportunity for experience and potential employment, both locally and internationally. And as one of our speakers said in the opening remarks, you do actually get paid. So that's also, an incentive. And just while I'm on this, so, certain ways that we share our plans, the internship programs, the volunteer programs, and increasingly we are going on to social media. You find a lot of agencies creating webinars on social media, so it's a good idea to keep your eyes and ears open onto that, sharing different strategies of how to get a foothold and get employed. And as I conclude also, just looking also wanting to bring in a gender lens approach, just to urge young ladies and women to put themselves out there. A lot of times we are our own worst enemies because we second guess ourselves. Men put themselves out there, even when they have 50% of the requirements. A young man will apply for a position, but a woman wants to make sure that she has 100% of the requirements to apply. And even when she does, she's still unsure, she's still second guessing herself. So just to encourage the young ladies in the room to go for it, put yourself out there and compete for the best, give it your best. Also, you find a lot of agencies, a lot of organizations are really trying to promote girls and young women to come into the workplace. So for some, they have put in place an enabling environment to support young women, and I think this is the time for young women to go for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lynette. I think what Lynette is talking about is called the imposter syndrome, whereby you feel like you are not good enough, but you already have the skills. It's just getting yourself outside there. But let me not preach. But yes, that's something as young people we need to try and look into and try to overcome. Dr. Hans, maybe you can add on to how some of these companies and organizations we can better share the plans, the roles that are there that the young people can venture into.
Yeah, before I answer that, if I may, let me just shortly comment on that, because I feel quite strongly about that one as well, and I want to encourage you all. So if a company posts a job, usually the job description refers to a Superman or a woman, right? In Germany, there's a saying that goes something like, we want a wool-bearing, milk-giving, egg-laying pig, right? Obviously, that does not exist, right? And I want to really, what I see as well, if most of the women, I have that conversation with my wife sometimes as well, they think like, oh, I need to be this Superman. I'm not applying if I'm not close to this Superman. Whereas a lot of guys, they will just, take their big mouth with them. They know they can max, 60% of the description they fulfill, but they go there, they get a good image. And the person that wins, they don't fulfill the full job description, right? They're just the best one at that moment for the job, right? So I want to encourage, don't get disappointed or don't lose your faith just because of that. Make a good impression, do the best you do. And sometimes, sometimes there is a better applicant and sometimes you are the best applicant for that, right? Coming back to the question, let me split that a little bit in two things maybe. So one is job opportunities, the other one was career paths, was an element of that as well. So in terms of job opportunities, See, from a company perspective, and I think it was partly said before as well, sometimes the timing is hard to get right? I mean, especially in business development, I speak to a lot of customers. I mean, based on the opportunities that I deal with, I could, hire hundreds of people, but I don't know when. First of all, I don't know which of these projects actually make it to the end. When are they going to happen? So in a lot of these cases, you find yourself waiting to a certain point until things become really tangible. And then all of a sudden you're in a hurry to get people on board because these things need to be executed. So that makes it, I'm just saying, sometimes from a company perspective, it's also a little bit tough to foresee the future and to really judge that timing, right? What we do obviously is, especially through websites and so on, if you go to siemensenergy.com, I'm pretty sure you should be able to find a lot of postings there. So we obviously try to post whatever is there for you to find. So you can definitely inform yourself on the website. And apart from that, to get a feeling of what the company is like, the best way is always to talk, right? So situations like this, I'm very happy to engage with you also later today. I always found when I was in your position that the best way to really get a feeling of, what kind of people are working here, what are they like? They might be my future colleagues. Do I connect with this person and so on? And in terms of career paths, I want to say mainly this. There is no one who cares more about your career than you, right? What I'm trying to say is take it into your own hand, shape it yourself. Don't wait for someone or some boss to come by and say, hey, I have a good idea for you. I'm going to now put you here and this is the best place for you. Shape that yourself. In my view, there are people that say, oh, the others are always lucky. I'm always unlucky. There is definitely an element of luck in terms of being at the right place at the right time. However, you can really shape that. You can really increase the probability of being that lucky one, right? And actively do that. If I look at myself, half of the jobs that I did in Siemens Energy were probably posted. The other half I created for myself. I looked at what's going on. I say, wow, that is where I want to be. That is really cool. There's no job there. I don't care. I'm going to go talk to those people. I'm going to talk to the manager there. I'm going to, tell them what I can do. I have great ideas about how I can improve what they're doing. And sometimes that might not work. And sometimes they let you on and they say, hey, I don't have a job position, but, I'll kind of find a way because I want this person in my organization. So I'll find a way, and maybe that is 6 months down the road, or maybe it's not exactly that, but you can grow into that. So these are the kind of things, that's how you, in my opinion, that's how you shape your own career. That's how you do that. And we're back to the point of attitude as well again, right? So really, my advice would be pick the company. Don't just pick the entry job. Pick the company or the business or whatever where you think you can grow, and take it as a starting point of much more to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm literally feeling the passion from each of our panelists here today. Lucy, you can maybe give a comment, then we'll move over to Karen to wrap it up.
I think this will be so unfair if I don't talk about it. And I'm talking from a young person perspective here. And I'm very fresh graduate. Now, and because we are addressing recruiters here, I don't see the reason as to why. I mean, I'm just fresh from the university. I need an entry-level job. You ask for 5 years experience. As a young person, where am I going to get that from? I mean, that is the sad reality, something that is happening. Again, it's an entry-level job. The people we are competing with, categorically, you've not stated, like, the people who are going to be shortlisted for these jobs are going to be, like, an entry level. That means that is where I should start my career. Now, here we are, 10 people have been shortlisted. Someone is a professor, or someone has like 5 years of experience, 10 years of experience. chances are those are the people that are going to be hired. And I think that is unfair. So I think if we really need to shape the future roles, and if we need to shape, I mean, because in the next few years, you're going to leave the leadership to us. So if you don't train us, if you don't give us opportunities, where are we going to develop our skills? Where are we going to develop our career? Secondly, I also want to address the issue of career shadowing. I think companies need to provide mentorship on career shadowing. Like, I can see myself in that person. I'm offering, like, creating opportunities in terms of internships, in terms of any opportunities where we can provide skills on what exactly are you looking for. Because, I mean, I may be a graduate in engineering course, but I don't know what the job market is looking for. So for the issues of career shadowing, it will be very important, so that even as we go to schools, because I am sure some of us are even in classrooms, some of us are students, but we don't know what is required in the job market. And how are we going to know if the recruiters cannot come to us, or, I mean, create a platform whereby there is we are bridging the gap between these students, between these youth here and the recruiters. So, I mean, that's so unfair. Entry jobs and career shadowing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, those are the conversations that we said we should be having and we will be having. I understand we are standing in the middle of you and your coffee and tea. So I'm not sure if I'm allowed to take just one question.
We have very limited time, I'm afraid. We're going to miss coffee break. But what we can do is please continue. We'll go out for 15 minutes. Do question all of our speakers. We've just run out of time for questions and answers, but I'm sure they'll be happy to stay for coffee break. So please do join us outside and continue the conversation, and then we'll be back here in 15 minutes for the next session. Thank you so much for an excellent session, very inspirational, some real food for thought there. Lots of positive vibes, lots of positive, encouraging advice. So thank you so much for being with us today, and thank you for leading the session for us today, Yuchetel.
Thank you so much. So I believe we can go have tea.
Thank you to our Cape Town panelists here. We now have networking and coffee in the room next door.
You can interact with us.
Feel free to go
panelists
get yourself some
here.
refreshment,
Thank you.
and we will be
during the
restarting
tea
again
break.
in 15
Thank
minutes.
you so much.
Thank you very much.
Go to Cape Town for coffee. It's up there.
I just want to check with you. I'm going to the presentation now, right?
Yeah.
So how does it work? Is it going to be here as well?
It'll be here as well. You'll be there, sitting there as well, and you have a pickup.
Okay.
So you'll be able to go along to the side of the pickup.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, cool.
No problem at all.
Thank you.
It should show the same file also. Not watching it online. I'm just worried. Has anyone?
Yeah. Cool. Maybe in the afternoon yet. It's in the morning. Cool. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for all coming back so promptly after our tea and coffee break. My name is Chipo Hamukoma, and I'm here today representing the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, GIAP. You heard from our senior advisor, Dr. Snowy Khoza, a little bit earlier. And my job today is to be the moderator to get us into this incredibly exciting session in terms of what does graduate recruitment actually look like in practice? What's the impact of these roles and these experiences on young graduates' career trajectories, and also the stories from the side of businesses who are looking to think about innovative ways to integrate young talent into their organizations. I'm really passionate about this work because before joining GIAP, I worked on youth employment and figuring out how do we get young South Africans working. So I'm very excited to hear what we'll be listening to from the teams from the IPP office as well as from Nedbank. So that I don't take too much time away from the exciting presentation, I'd like to invite the IPP office to come to the stage and to share their perspective. We have Priti Nirachand, Samkelo Zota, Refilwe Masilo, and Bayabonga Miyeni, who will be introducing themselves more fully. Please come forward.
Thank you, Chipo. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the introduction. My name, as Chipo has said, is Priti Nirachand, and I'm from HR at the IPP office. So I guess I have the amazing task of introducing the opportunities that we have for the young early career professionals, or the first task, right? That's what you're all here for today. So first, let me start by the IPP office. I think this morning we've heard a lot about IPP office. How many of you here are wondering what is the IPP office? Who is the IPP office? What do they do? Yes? Yeah, I think so. So that's what I'm going to start with. Let me just see if I can figure this out. There we go. So the IPP office was established in 2010 to provide rapid solutions for South Africa's severe electrical supply constraints. What we do is procure new energy generation capacity through independent power producers, who are called IPPs. So you've heard a lot about the IPPs this morning, right? We are the office that pulls it all together to enable the IPPs to operate. So we are a project office. We're hosted by the DBSA under a memorandum of agreement between the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, the DBSA itself, and the National Treasury. We are not a juristic entity. So that's why we are housed by the DBSA. We have a mandate that we operate on, and that is to enhance the private sector participation in electrical power generation capacity for the country. And we offer the following services, which is energy procurement, monitoring and evaluation, and contract management and professional advisory service to the government. Our specialized skill and expertise has been successful in mobilizing and delivering on time. And that is what we recognized for domestically and globally. So what does this mean for the country and for young professionals? The IPP office has been a major catalyst to introduce private sector players in the renewable energy space in South Africa. And these are the stats of what our programs currently look like. So we've got preferred bidders that we have already announced, and we have 134 of them. We have 90 renewable energy projects that are in operation, that have contributed to 6,180 megawatts to the grid. Thus far, our renewable energy sources has generated 95,547 gigawatts per hour. And we have attracted 334.5 billion rands of investment for energy infrastructure projects across all of our bid windows. And the total energy capacity, that electricity capacity that has been produced thus far is 11,904 megawatts. But the IPP office is not only about the electrons, right? There is a significant feature of the IPP programs that focuses on economic and socioeconomic development impacts that the IPPs have committed to over the lifetime of the projects. So not only do we put electrons, or do we facilitate the electrons going into the grid, but at the same time, we have had an impact on job creations for South African citizens, the offset of the carbon through our renewable energy projects, black shareholding for South Africans, as well as local community shareholdings in the projects. We have had an impact on the local spend, on local content, as well as money that has been spent on BBBEE initiatives. Water, we heard Karin speaking about the water initiatives. Through the projects, there's been a water saving, as well as money that has been spent on socioeconomic development and enterprise development within the communities where the projects are housed. So we have been speaking a lot this morning about the future of the energy, what is on the cards. And, you know, the IPP office has been very busy in terms of running these various projects to try and get the energy into the grid, right? And the plans that we have for the future, we heard lots of talk this morning about gas programs, battery storage programs. We are currently busy evaluating the battery storage program, and we are due to soon announce the preferred bidders. And then we have a battery storage 2 on the cards, as well as bid window 7 and another gas program. So we're looking at 2 gas programs. So how do we do all of this? We are a small organization, or a small team. We are 57 heads, including in that 57 heads are our 6 graduates who are on our graduate program. Our values are what drive us, and our values are high performance, shared vision, integrity, innovation, and service orientation. And by keeping all of these at the top of our mind in terms of everything that we do, is how we try and achieve this mammoth task on our shoulders. So what am I here to offer you today? You know, young talent, young graduates is the key to the future. You are our future leaders. And at the IPP office, we had long, difficult conversations with business leaders about the future of the talent in our organization. And part of our talent strategies is to birth, build, buy, borrow, and bind. It's what most organizations have, right? It's nothing new. We're not special. But where we chose to concentrate our efforts on is the birthing of talent within our organization, and that is the internships and the bursaries or graduate programs, where we target the early birds. You guys are all the early birds because you are here when your colleagues have decided possibly it's a Friday, you know, I want to take it easy, lay in till late, but you got up this morning and you came to this, and you will get the opportunity to see where the opportunities lie. So for the IPP office, the birthing the talent meant that we were able to grow specific skill that's required within our business, from entry level to where we need those skills. So why the graduate program? the graduate program allowed the IPP office to pay it forward, to invest in the future leaders, not only for the IPP office itself, but for the energy sector, for the country as a whole. Through the specialized training, mentorship programs, and the hands-on experience, it enables our graduates to understand and experience not only specific roles within the IPP office, but also the larger energy landscape. You will get to hear from our current graduate cohorts, what it's meant for them to be at the IPP office and their journey in understanding the energy sector itself. Some of them will tell you they did not even know what the IPP office was when they were called for a spot at the IPP office graduate program. They did not ever think that they would have a career in the energy sector until they got the opportunity to be part of our graduate program. So, our graduate program enables us to attract fresh talent, freshly educated individuals who bring new ideas and perspectives and skills to our office. And it helps us to build a pipeline of future leaders within the office, but individuals who are already, familiar with our culture and our values. And therefore, it allows us to create sustainability within the IPP office. So our graduate structure, our graduate program is structured. It's a 2-year program. There is a 1 week of induction that you would attend bi-monthly. So once in 2 months, you would get a coaching session or a mentor session. And then you get to attend a program, a 1-year program in an advanced certificate in management practice through a graduate business school. You get to have quarterly performance conversations with your line managers. And those are the formal conversations, but you get to have informal conversations with your leaders as often as you require. And I think those are the perks of being a small organization. And then you will have rotation between the different departments within the IPP office. So what do we have? We have 6 opportunities available for the 2024 graduate program, 2 within the legal department, 1 within our finance department, 1 within the contracts management department, 1 in data management, and 1 within the audit field. So what does our process entail? So we will advertise these positions between the 20th and the 24th of November. The adverts will be out on the IPP office LinkedIn and Facebook pages. That's where you will get the link. We will be doing shortlisting and arranging of the interviews by the 13th of December. So we spoke about experience and creating opportunities for young individuals who have no experience or minimal experience. And that's what we're looking for, 0 to 6 months, not more than 6 months of experience, and a minimum pass rate of at least 65% overall for your qualification. We will then host the interviews with our department heads in January, between the 11th and 29th of January. And then there's the psychometrics and screening rounds, which will happen during Feb. And then the appointments will take place during March. There is a 2-year contract, as I previously mentioned, market-related salaries, medical aid, and free access to the wellness support. Now, earlier, I'm going to pause there and just go back to, we've heard this morning around how do we ensure that we have the graduates ready for business in less than 2 years' time. Business is impatient. They need skills. They need individuals. They need warm bodies, as business likes to call them, right? In seats to provide to deliver, to produce deliverables. And I think For us at the IPP office, what ensured, and I mean, I think we've had a pretty successful first round of, I mean, these are our first round of graduates that we've had. And it started with a very difficult conversation with the business leaders around the fact that graduates and on the graduate program are not warm bodies in seats that are meant to deliver deliverables. They are here, and if you are prepared to take them on this journey of guidance and growth, and be patient that they will not deliver as an individual in a job that you're expecting delivery from, then we can run our graduate program. Our graduate program is going to mean more time and effort on business leaders to develop and grow young talent within our business. And once we had that buy-in, you know, that you will be patient for 2 years whilst they take this journey, then after that 2 years, you will have an individual that can easily deliver and produce in less than 6 months. And once we received that buy-in, we started our very first graduate program. So I think that's enough from me. I'm going to now give our young talent graduates an opportunity to talk about their experience.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samkelo Zota, an infrastructure finance graduate from IPP office. Since I joined the office, I became passionate about the energy sector, and I'm dedicated to making a meaningful impact to the energy crisis we are currently facing. I'm excited to share my journey as an infrastructure finance graduate. I possess the Bachelor of Business Science in Mathematical Statistics from Rhodes University and Advanced Certificate in Management Practice from Henley Business School through the graduate program. In my current role, I've been actively involved in analyzing any financial information that is required by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy and National Treasury, prepare terms of reference for all bid windows as may be required, and check the consistency of the financial models between the bid submission date and the commercial close date, and prepare the fiscal liability committee reports for National Treasury, and also assist financial advisors in the refinancing process, and update multi-year price determination model on a quarterly basis. My academic training I believe that my academic training equipped me with strong foundation in data analysis, project evaluation, and risk assessment, which I believe are the essential skills for me to thrive in the energy sector. I've quickly adapted to understanding the complex financial models with limited financial knowledge due to the support that I received from the IPP office. And I also developed a keen eye for detail and accuracy, ensuring that all financial models are comprehensive and reliable. The IPP office taught me to actively collaborate with cross-functional team, absorbing knowledge from experienced colleagues and contributing my fresh perspective to discussion. What I'm really excited about that, the IPP office, like I was really enjoying my comfort zone, but there was no growth. The IPP office pushed myself away from that zone, and I was able to identify my potential and my weaknesses. Like, for example, I wasn't even able to utter a single word in front of people, but now I can see some improvement. Thank you. Like the freedom of doing things on my own way, that I received from the IPP office, like reduced the pressure significantly, and that allowed my smart part of the brain to function properly, and I was able to complete more than 90% of my task without any supervision. Yes, thank you.
Hello. Good day, everyone.
I'm still continuing. I'm not. I'm not that. Sorry. The Cricket program like also helped me to improve my personal and professional competencies, like which I believe are essential for me, especially in the infrastructure finance department. Some of those skills that I acquired and improved like include financial modeling, financial analysis, and risk evaluation. So I applied those skills on my daily basis and constantly received positive feedback from my supervisor. And I'm looking forward to continue my learning development and to the success of the IPP office. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Refilio Masilo. I've actually been with the IPP office for about 21 months right now. I actually got the job on my birthday, so I'll always consider it the best gift thus far. I'm based in the economics development unit, and I have a formal background in internal audit, BCom honors in internal audit from the University of Pretoria. As Priti mentioned earlier, the IPP office is not only mandated to procure energy. There's another line that we have to, broaden the socioeconomic and economic development in South Africa. And so what I do and my team, we basically monitor the IPP's economic developments that they have basically signed with the Department of Energy and make sure that socioeconomic development and the communities that these projects are do develop and people do get jobs, with this, being part of this program has allowed me so many opportunities. I was given the opportunity to go to the launch of the Youth Energy Forum actually in Brussels, Belgium last year. And now I'm here. I also had the opportunity to go to Lourensfontein. We work with these wind farms, but I've actually never seen one like face to face. So having the opportunity to go there and see like what it looks like and what, how do we get the electricity from the wind farms back to our houses is amazing. So I'm really grateful. I also, moving from being a student to now an employee was pretty easy because it was a mentorship program. I had a mentor, shout out to Lorato. We didn't only just talk about work stuff, even personal stuff, things that I don't understand. She was able to help me navigate through that. Also, our line managers are very approachable. It's been great, and I love that for myself. Thank you.
Okay, hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Babonga Mieni. I am the graduate based in the legal department. So joining the IPP office, it came at such a very odd time in my life. So I did a Bachelor of Laws degree at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, the Howard College campus. And then later in my life, law students will tell you that an ordinary, typical life that they imagine is, after completing their studies, they would, go to Sandton, work in one of the big 5 firms, this high-rise building. But, I decided to take a very different turn. My route was quite different from, the ordinary traditional route. So after completing my my LLB degree at UKZN, I decided, what, since I'm still thinking about my career, what I actually want to do, the actual industry, and that I want to the area of law that I want to sort of practice in. So I decided to come to UCT to pursue a master's degree back in 2021. And then I think that obviously exposed me, though it was COVID times back then, but it gave me an opportunity to sort of network with people, individuals, sort of, get to learn more about the industry. It doesn't end in just working in Stanton, because that's not a life that I actually imagined for myself. I wanted a sense of autonomy, some sense of freedom, something different from the ordinary. So applying for the graduate program, I think it was part of my way of trying to take a different route. So the graduate program has literally assisted me in so many different ways. It has contributed to my core skills, soft skills, and just being an all-rounder. I've always been an individual who is, shy and all of that, but having been exposed to different programs, attending different summits, conferences, it enabled me the opportunity to sort of network with other individuals in the industry, get to learn more about the energy industry. When I started off, I didn't even know what a simple PPA is. But now I'm involved in the drafting of the PPA, the putting together of the RFP, all the documents that the different IPPs get, and being involved and providing support in the drafting and putting together of all the documentation, and making sure that it is coherent and there's consistency. But overall, speaking about the program itself, I think it has also contributed to me just being myself. And obviously attending all their industry events. And I think what's also critically important, my message to young individuals, graduates in this room who would wish to obviously apply to the IPP office. I mean, it is critically important to be invested in your own growth. You take ownership of your own future. It lies in the palm of your hands. So you need to decide what you want for yourself, sit down, map out a way. And I think from there, once you have a clear vision exactly of what you want, I think also with the support that the IPP office provides, you would also just get to, an opportunity to just, grow from a personal perspective, but also from a career perspective. And yeah, so looking forward to all the applications. You must, Pretty, thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you to the Youth Energy Day organizers for putting this together and allowing us to come and share our experiences with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the team from the IPP office. I feel like I'd read or heard about the IPP office previously, even when I was doing my own research as a student. And it's so exciting to see what opportunities young people have to grow and develop, and the impact that it's had on all of your lives. So thank you so much to the graduates for sharing your experiences. And I know that in the questions, there's going to be some really interesting options. So thank you to the IPP team.
Thank you.
I would like to welcome the team from Nedbank CIB. On stage, we'll be having Portia Muyunda and David Frank to share some of the experiences and the opportunities that are available through Nedbank. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is David Frank. I'm a senior associate with the energy finance team in the Nedbank Corporate and Investment Bank. So I work with energy finance, and obviously, as the title suggests, we fund renewable energy projects across the country as well as the continent. So I thought this morning I'd give you a bit of insight, and I'm sure you've heard quite a bit about this over the last few days, but a bit of insight into the energy sector, both globally and in South Africa specifically, the increasing importance of the energy sector, focusing on the local context, and then what we do at Nedbank to help finance the transition. So obviously we live in a digital world. Energy is important for, you know, what we do on a day-to-day basis. And the rapid deployment of renewable energy assets specifically is increasing in importance. And that's driven by a few factors. Firstly, the increasing demand for electricity. We live in a world with an increasing population, as well as increasing electrification of industrial processes. We've also got a bit of a global energy crisis due to the Russia and Ukraine war. It sparked geopolitics and the need for nations to own their own electricity supply. So national security has essentially become quite key, not just, well, not really in South Africa specifically, but mostly in Europe and America. And there's a transition away from oil and gas, which, you know, focused in a few specific geographies to a more decentralized renewable energy system. And then obviously we have the climate crisis, which we know well about, and a need to transition towards a more zero carbon energy system. In South Africa specifically, we have our own problems. Since the early 2000s, since around 2008, we've had issues with load shedding. So we've had 15 years and going of load shedding, and the issues are just getting worse. Over the next 10 years, we have to decommission a large proportion of the coal power plants. And we need to get more energy online. So the cheapest and the least cost solution is renewable energy. South Africa, I like to see this as a bit of an opportunity rather than a problem. I think South Africa has the opportunity to lead the transition to renewable energy. And I think that if we take advantage and create the right environment to do so, we can be a global leader in the space. So renewables, why renewables? It is the least cost solution. It is zero or at least low carbon in nature. And to be honest, we just can't finance new oil and we can't finance new gas and coal power plants. No one's going to give us money to do so. So renewables is pretty much the only option. South Africa has an interesting background with renewable energy. You just heard the IPP office discuss the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Program. So Nedbank is a significant funder of that program. We have around 50 billion rand in exposure to the REAP from rounds 1 to rounds 5 and the RMIPP, and we await round 6 to start construction. And the development is, I see South Africa as a very exciting place to be in the energy sector, and probably one of the most exciting places to be in the world. If you have the interest in energy and you have legal, engineering, or finance skills, I don't think there's a better place to be in the world, to be honest. And that really comes from this rapid and accelerating transition from sort of government procurements, large REAP rounds, towards a more liberal energy market with mostly private off-takers, and as we go forward, a market where we have energy trading on a sort of day ahead or spot market basis, where you can buy electrons over the counter like you do other commodities. So I think the regulatory developments over the last couple of years in South Africa have unlocked a lot of interest in the sector and have unlocked a lot of capital from the private players as well. In 2021, the government changed the regulations to allow private generators to build projects above 1 megawatt in size. And this really led to significant interest from global independent power producers to accelerate their deployments of capital in South Africa specifically. And now we see, from a Nedbank perspective, we were a leader in financing REAP projects with around 50 billion of exposure. We also led the implementation of sort of a portfolio financing structure for rooftop projects, which obviously had private offtake. And now we are leading the space in the corporate and industrial sector, where you have private developers building large-scale utility projects and wheeling that energy to high energy users. So your big mines, your Sasol's, your refineries, etc. I think the key in South Africa and very specific to the local context is how can we transition to a renewable energy system and maintain and keep jobs in those sort of coal-based areas. So obviously South Africa's energy system has been designed around a centralized generation location in Mpumalanga, Limpopo. So we have a lot of our network is based in those areas, and we have a lot of jobs concentrated in those areas. Renewable energy by nature is quite decentralized. So you have renewable energy projects across the country, and the job opportunities are more dispersed. So how can we transition towards renewable energy and not negatively impact those communities which rely on coal, essentially? And I think that problem is something we should all be involved in solving. So I've discussed Nedbank's position in the REAP embedded generation and now in the growing CNI sector. And I thought I'd just give a bit of background on my journey within the bank and going forward. So I was born in Johannesburg, but studied at UCT. I grew up in Cape Town. And I studied at UCT. I did a business science, finance, and accounting. And then I did a PGDA, postgraduate diploma in accounting, and went on to do my articles at Nedbank. So I was lucky to be able to avoid the auditing routes for articles. Is there anyone here doing their CA articles? No. So Nedbank offer a CA training program, probably the leading program in the country, and it's a 3-year program, and what's great about it is they let you path your journey. So if you go in and you're interested in specific things, they let you pretty much plot your journey throughout the bank. There are positions and rotations available across the Nedbank group. So from group finance functions to where I sit today, which is investment banking, you can pretty much choose your routes. If you have an end destination in mind, choose the way you want to get there, which facilitates you get to know yourself a lot better, and you get to understand exactly what you enjoy to do, and that's a privilege. And I like to say that when you're working in a business unit in the bank, they pretty much throw you in the deep end, but they give you a life jacket. So they'll treat you as an analyst in the team. You're not going to be seen as a graduate. They'll give you the responsibility of an analyst, of a permanent employee, with a view that you'll be staying with the team for the long term. But the line managers generally have significant support for the program and obviously help you in that journey. So I got into the program, and in my first year I went to group finance. I worked in financial reporting advisory, so sort of advising on how to account for complex transactions across the group. I then moved into energy in my second year and have been there ever since. I've always been interested in sort of sustainability and infrastructure development. So I like to use my finance skills to build out tangible assets. And renewable energy was the obvious place to be. I was lucky that at the time, the government had just changed the regulations, and so the demand for these assets had increased quite significantly, and the demand for resources in the bank also increased quite significantly. So I was lucky with timing. So what we do in the energy finance team is essentially we deploy project finance principles to finance these projects. Project finance is essentially limited or non-recourse finance for the construction and operations of these renewable energy assets. What we do is essentially we lend against the cash flows that these projects will generate. And so what's important is that you gain assurance over the cash flows, that the cash flows will arise as and when forecast. And because of the non-recourse nature, we don't take recourse against anyone's balance sheets. The security or the security we get is essentially the project assets. So the due diligence around the project assets is also quite key. And I think given the demand for renewable energy and the increasing demand for energy going forward, and obviously the reduction in supply in South Africa, I think there's a significant talent shortage in the industry, both across engineering, legal, and finance. And I think there's significant opportunity to make a difference if you have an interest in the industry. So I'll hand over to Portia, who will discuss our graduate program opportunities.
Thank you, David. Good morning, everyone. It's actually afternoon, hey? Good afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers, the founders of this event. I think it's absolutely an imperative event with an imperative agenda, and for really empowering, the future game changers, what we call at Nedbank, young difference makers. So thank you so much for this. Before I tell you about our graduate trainee program at Nedbank, I would like to share with you why I love working for Nedbank. So I'm a benefactor of the Nedbank trainee program. I joined Nedbank as an intern in 1998. I know most of you were not born by then, right? In 1998. And some of the highlights of my memories with Nedbank is, firstly, when I joined. I've been with them now for 12 years because I left in between and came back and left again and came back. That's a story for another day. The fact is I'm now back for 12 years or so. One of the highlights of working for Nedbank is that I've grown through the ranks. So I am a testimony of how Nedbank invests in their own talent to grow their own talent. In 2012, I was very privileged to be sent to a VETS executive development program, where part of the program we attended classes at the London Business School, as well as the India Institute of Business Management. Also in 2019, I was very privileged to also be sent to the INSEAD Business School in France, as well as in Singapore. So this gives you a feel and a bit of color of what it's like working for Nedbank, really in terms of growing and investing in our talent. It is something that is a business imperative, and it is something that when you come to work for Nedbank, you will certainly experience. Okay, now I have to use this. Okay. Now, in terms of the graduate training programs, we've got two graduate training programs. We've got our general graduate training program, what we call the Young Analyst NCIB. NCIB stands for Nedbank Corporate Investment Banking, and it's part of Nedbank Young Analyst Program. And it is we offer you a permanent role from the onset, and you're in the program for 2 years. And we've got built-in rotation, like David shared earlier. He went through different business units, finance, and the likes for 2 years, so that you can get to also understand where your strengths are and where your career choices and preferences are. And you can, after the 2 years, you can make that choice. As part of the program, you are assigned a senior mentorship, senior member of the team, and also a peer buddy. Working for the bank, you also get to be given staff rates. So when you buy that first car, when you get your home loan, you get preferential staff rates and other discounts for lifestyle products and services. We also offer flexible work practices, and as part of, from the first year, you're also eligible for a performance bonus.
So you get performance bonus, which we pay out every year in March. And as a young analyst as well, you will get to be assigned a CSI project that you will work with your team, because at Nedbank, we believe in giving to the communities where we do business. In terms of how and when to apply, we go to the market very early. For example, where are we now? We are in November. We have already issued our letters, offer letters for the young analysts joining us for 2024. So we go to the market in around May, we close around July. By September, we already issue out letters of appointment, offer letters. How to apply? I've shared the details there of the website that you can visit. Even now, you can visit it. It will tell you a little bit more about the Young Analyst Grad Program. If you've got questions or queries, you can also send your queries to the email showing now, email address showing now on the screen. In terms of the requirements, overall, we look for an average passing rate of 65 across all the years of study. And the academic qualifications that we look for, they are those listed in the screen. But for the purpose of this event, for energy financing, we look at the financial qualifications in finance, of course, engineering, and legal. I think those are the essentials. You've heard how complex this project in energy infrastructure can be, and they require a lot of legal expertise as well. That's why the legal qualifications are important. And all the other qualifications that you see on the screen are very important, because we are a very big business with other focus areas. Now, the Nedbank CA trainee program, David was benefactor of this program. He came through this program. Also a very, very top of its class program. It has been in existence since 1997. And yeah, we basically help the graduate obtain the required competencies and skills towards qualifying as chartered accountants. It's a 3-year rotational program. We have in the program 100% of retention. So if you come to Nedbank on this program, you will certainly be retained. And we have the pass rates exceeding the national average. In fact, you can see from the board exam 1 and the board exam 2, those are some of the top students, and they are with Nedbank. And Nedbank CA trainee program as well, it has received the #1 accreditation rating from SAICA for the last 4 years. And we are a donor as well to the Tutuka Educational Upliftment Fund in terms of helping transform this industry and financing the education for students from previously disadvantaged backgrounds. When and how to apply? The application opens 1st of February 2024 and closes at the end of February. And how to apply, that is our website where you can apply. For any questions or queries, you can send to the email address that you are seeing on the screen. as well, similar to the Young Analyst Program, we also have a academic average requirement pass rate of 65%. And generally, how to get career opportunities at Nedbank. We have the careers page, jobs at Nedbank, jobs.nedbank.co.za. So you can apply for job opportunities at Nedbank. In investment banking, in terms of the career ladder, we have analysts, we've got associate, senior associate, associate principal, principal roles, and of course the executive level roles. But this is where you can go if you know your friends. This is where you can go to see the job opportunities that we offer at Nedbank. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the team at Nedbank. And you should stay on the stage because we're going to be having the additional team join us, and they'll be providing some additional chairs. I think the staff is supposed to bring through. Yeah. So if we can also get the team from the ICC to come and join us. Thank you so much to the team at Nedbank. Your timing was impeccable. Just as I was about to put that 5 minutes, you were like, thank you. Awesome. So we're getting ready for the exciting part of the session where you as the audience, both in the room and those online, will be able to ask questions. So if you already have some questions, can you please raise your hand? If there's any questions that are already in the audience live. I'm not going to lie, there's a part of me that's excited about that because I have some questions that I've been holding down since I was taking notes. So maybe I'll start off with a question. So in terms of from both the Nedbank team and the IPP team, we have graduates here who have benefited from this process. And I guess this question is to the graduates. When you were studying, did you ever think that energy would be something that you're interested in? And if not, what was the thing that made you be like, a career in energy could be interesting? So maybe we'll start off with the IPP team at Bayabonga at the end there.
I think I did briefly touch on this in my very short presentation. So did I see myself in the energy industry or sector rather? So after completing, as I had alluded, after completing my LLB degree, I decided, you know what, let me think about my future, or let me think about what I actually want. I came to UCT, and I think it was through the engagements that I was having with the other students, you know, because as I did mention, I didn't even know what an RFP is. I didn't know what a PPA is, and let alone, I didn't even take any energy related modules back in my university days. So I think for me, where it all started was particularly, I always pointed to the conversation that I had with a friend of mine that I met at UCT because he was contemplating completing his master's the following year. So we were just trying to decide on a topic, you know, and then, you know, he was just searching for a topic. I think he was going to do a master's in political development, or I'm not too sure of which master's, but it's within the developmental side. And then when we were having that conversation, I think he sort of pointed out to the fact that maybe, you know, we're seeing this crisis that's happening of, you know, energy, the energy crisis. Maybe we could tap into that. Like, what's the cause of that, the root cause of that? So I think the interest and started from there. And, you know, I was very curious. And then we discovered the IPP office. I was like, what is the IPP office? What do they do? And then I think at that time, fortunate enough, they were rolling out a graduate program. And I think for me, that's how I found myself. And it was also a great learning opportunity for me, you know, getting to learn more about the industry itself, what's involved there, and you know, just to expand my knowledge. And I think it has, yeah, that's basically in summary how I got to, I found myself in the energy industry. Thank you.
I love that. I feel like that even brings back to what David was saying in terms of it's not only a crisis that we have this load shedding, but it's also an opportunity. And what Karine was saying earlier is that it's particularly an opportunity for young people, for people who are thinking hard about these problems, to put like those quality skills into getting the solutions. I know that we had a question that's come in from the audience, but is there anybody else from the grad program who'd like to share what was that spark for you that made you think that energy could be a good career?
Okay. For me, I honestly didn't know the IPP office as well, so I did not even have any desire. But as soon as I got into it, I was just I'm still, it's so fulfilling to be in such a place where you know you're doing something for the country. And for me, it's not just only about the electricity part. I think more than that, it's the economic development. I'm very passionate about that. So to answer your question, I did not think I'd be here.
But we're very glad that you are. We had a hand that came in from the audience. I don't know if you'd like to take the question, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cheslin Barkis. All respect and a warm welcome to your learning, but this is going to be directed to the seniors of the question. So, based on my location, right, I stay in Eitzig, Ravensmead. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that area, but in that direction, in Nedbank, I see you guys are mobilized, you guys have the trucks and etc. But on the IPP, how do you guys both implement the awareness of these programs that is not a focus on my side of where I stay, but also on the direction of, you know, getting that information out there that these opportunities is available, because like mentioned, with respect, Nedbank is only doing the cards and etc., you know, all that mobilization. But these that you guys are currently myself learning and absorbing to, how do you guys get that out there? Thank you.
You want to go next? I think it's both a question, but it's also a feedback. I'll treat it as such. But in terms of the awareness, I mean, one easy start is to just visit our company's website. I think this is where all the information is really shared. And also we do visits to universities, like it can be lunches or it can be talks. Does that answer? Which little didn't it answer?
Sometimes when it comes to, when I say little, it comes in the direction of we have the mind capacities of we can't enter on a certain venue, first of all. So I'm not going to butter the situation because it's a mental shift and etc. But now also on when I say the little again, coming back to the little, is just, yeah, that is how it is on that side. So.
Okay. I think I'll have another private conversation with you.
Pretty, would you like to?
Yeah. Can I, because I want to add to what you're saying. My name is Karin Breitenbach. Pretty and the IPP team. I mean, a big part of the design of the program is that socioeconomic development money that the private sector should spend on upliftment of communities, people in the community, etc. Why? And well, first question is it still the same as it was before? And then my next question is why? Because I think the time has moved on, and in the beginning we said we don't want that money in the hands of government. However, we are not seeing the opportunities coming out of that for people in the audience. So isn't there a way that one can change that and rather have a more structured approach towards the spending of that money so that it can really make a difference? And I mean, I know it's now sealed in the contracts, but I'm sure one can start negotiating with the IPPs for the rest of the period that's still there. I can't even remember, 2012 to 20 years. So it's basically 2032, when, yeah. So, but isn't it possible to renegotiate that and then make it more available for areas where you can see it will make a difference, and it will have an impact? And I think the other thing that I want to argue is that isn't it possible also to negotiate with the different provinces to see what their needs are? So it might be that in the Northern Cape, I don't know, health is the need, but it might be that and the IPPs are spending it on sending people to university. Isn't that something that one can rethink now that the program is running smoothly? The other thing that I want to say to all of you, it is the relationship between government and the private sector is a very specific relationship. And private sector usually do not know how to deal with government, and government with private sector. But you are in a very great and an amazing position to build that bridge between the two, so that it goes smoothly, because you know how government works and how decisions are taken, etc. And you also have got the opportunity to engage with the private sector and to build that bridge and make it a stronger bridge, so that for the future it's much easier to do these partnerships that we're going to have to do in any event, but to do it and then with less pay. Thank you.
Would you like to take that?
Thank you, Karin. Putting me on the spot there, hey? I think my response is twofold. During the break, we were pooling together in the ladies, as it always happens, and we had a very interesting conversation that there's a lot happening in silos. The IPP office does something, the IPPs out there are doing something, and the next step is around collaboration, is around pulling all of these things that each industry is doing in a silo together, so that the impact is way bigger than each of us doing it in our own little spaces. So I think that's what you're alluding to, Karin, is about collaborating with the different provinces, with the different industries, so that we can bring it out there and have a bigger impact. And I think we're on that journey to start doing that. But to answer the question, I think Bayabonga said something very important. And this morning we heard about attitude. I think often what happens is that young individuals sit back and expect things to be brought to them, and say, but I was not aware these opportunities were out there. The world has become such a small space now. You can sit in your home and you can join a conference in Kenya or in Nairobi or anywhere in the world. All you have to do is be interested. So I think platforms like this opens out individuals' minds to think that there are these opportunities. And then as you Google, you will find these opportunities. So the same way Nedbank has said, you will find opportunities on the websites of most organizations. And that's how you get to know. You've just got to be able to say, oh, I wonder if there is opportunities available in this sector or this sector, because things have changed and things are continuing to change. What opportunities we have available today will probably not be there in 2 or 3 years' time. So careers are constantly changing, skills that are required are constantly changing, but we've got to each take the ownership of our own development, of our own careers, and start looking for those opportunities.
Thank you. That's such a rich point in terms of that ability to take the ownership, to take your understanding. And I think somebody said it in the earlier session today, that you're the person who's the most invested in your own career. What does that actually mean for how you develop it and how you access it? I know that there was a response from Standard Bank that they wanted to provide in terms of the question that was asked earlier.
Okay. Okay. No, it's just a short input. I just want us to also say to young people, don't think South African, think globally. So it's very important for you also just to check on opportunities that are available in other countries. There are lots of programs that are running outside South Africa as well. Go out there, go and work in New York, go and work in Singapore, bring the knowledge back, and let South Africa benefit from your growth as you go out of the country. I have so many students that I worked with that I put on exchange programs in other countries. Look for those exchange programs. Leave the country, go and learn. Even if you have to learn in Spanish or Chinese, or Mandarin, or whatever language that you have to learn, go out there, my kids. The world is small. I studied overseas. My PhD is from Boston in the US. I have a program that I studied, master's program that I did in Barcelona. So I have studied in INSEAD in France. So opportunities are there. Don't think local, think globally. And that's what I want to encourage you.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. My name is Vanessa Auger, and I'm from Standard Bank. Cheslin, I do want to linger slightly on the question that you asked, because I think it's important. I concur with absolutely everything that was said from all the speakers on the panel and with yourself as well. I think, whilst we're thinking very globally, it's an absolute imperative that we look at the context of the different geographies and where we stand, from an education perspective, because I think when we look at South Africa, I'm going to bring it home because I'm from South Africa. When we look at South Africa, we have a massive challenge in terms of, the pass rate of maths. We have a massive challenge in terms of the disparity that there is when you're looking at somebody coming from a very disadvantaged background, and on the opposite side, it's polarized because then you have the very affluent, people coming from a very affluent background. I think what we're doing as a consolidated let me speak sector specifically. Consolidated sector is we have the South African Graduate Employers Association, firstly, where we have the likes of a Nedbank, all the banks, that we have insurers. So you have over, I think it's 182 major graduate employers around South Africa that come together for, at different times of the year to discuss what are the trends, what are the crises, the challenges that we're facing as a South African population. And what we've come to learn is that you have to adapt and personalize, the approaches. So if you're sitting in the area that you're sitting in now, and you're not aware of the career opportunities that are available to you in South Africa and beyond, that awareness, we need to take the responsibility as employers of youth to create that awareness. So we go as far as, and I'm talking about all the employers here, we go as far as to understand what the population is. We look at the context of what the universities offer. We looked at the context of that particular province. What are the scarce skills that that particular province needs? Then what we do is we start making inroads as early childhood development to start creating the awareness of what are the capability builds that we need to be focusing on to hold our country in good stead. And from there, because the transition is so massive from your ECD, ECD perspective into your high school and then tertiary into the workplace, We started building capabilities there. We bring academia in teacher development programs. We're working with the South African Maths Foundation because we're finding that because we're sitting, I think Lucy mentioned the digital economy, we're sitting in a skills economy at the moment. And if we don't have enough of a throughput of maths, coming from ECD level, our pipelines are in jeopardy going forward, and we're not going to be a global player. I'm talking in the context of Africa. So we're building as early as ECD. We have teacher development programs. We have the Maths Olympiads. And what we're doing is, to come back to Cheslin's point, is we're also using social, because we're talking about a generation that are digital natives. So we have to speak to you in the context that you understand. We go as far as to get your alumni population, the various organizations, because I think we also need to stop playing the blame game. Is it government? Is it the private sector? We need to collab. And all the speakers today mentioned strong collabs, across industry sectors, across academia, across the more ECD, area. So the collabs need to happen. And we're looking at it as a collective on how do we reach those populations. So we take the alumni, we send them back to their schools, because your frame of reference would be, I grew up in this disadvantaged background, and that's my reality. On the contrary, we need to break that blinker mentality. And we're using social media. The alumni go back to their schools, to their universities. And then what we're doing is we're also using forums like this to get previous alumni, like you're seeing on stage now, to tell their story, because we believe the power in actually getting through to our more disadvantaged populations is to do storytelling of people from their backgrounds that have made it in the various industries. And then I think one very important thing that was mentioned earlier as well is paying it forward. All right, we have to get you to build you. And if you were successful in any particular sector, organization, whatever role you had, I believe that you have a responsibility to pull 10, 15, 20, 100 people with you. We have a responsibility as organizations to get those students to be mentors, to get those employees to be mentors of those students in university, in high schools. We have a responsibility from an enterprise development perspective, all the little businesses, because the only time we're going to change the status quo of the high unemployment rate that we're seeing in South Africa particularly is to grow our small businesses. So we look at our small businesses, we're trying to resuscitate that if we're trying to look at increasing GDP. And we spoke about the economy as well, right? So you get those people to be mentors, and then we'll create a whole wave, an exponential wave. And that's how we're going to change the status quo. There's so much more, but I'll chat to you during the...
Thank you so much for that intervention. I think you've given us such a perspective on what that holistic care approach looks like. We are running to time, but there is one more speaker at the back here who had her hand up for quite a while and is going to give us the closing question before I come back to the teams from Nedbank and the IPP to see if there's a closing statement from each organization. But on that last question.
Good morning. I am Zuzu Wesifili, just from outside Cape Town in Atlantis. My question is, I hear that we're talking about graduates, but then we're focusing more on the university side. So I wanted to ask, is there any focus on the colleges? Because I believe that there are a lot of graduates there that are done with their studies, but then they don't usually meet the requirements that are set by the private sectors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's an excellent question and a great way for us to close off as well. So I don't know, Portia, if you'd like to give your response to how that works in the Nedbank context.
Yeah, absolutely. We do also focus on colleges, and that's why in my presentation I gave the website for Nedbank, jobs at Nedbank, and the job requirements there may be different. For the grad program is very particularly tailored to address a different talent segment, but no two people's career paths are the same. So even those you can enter through in finance, you can enter through in legal and make your way to the energy sector. But yes, there are opportunities.
No, just because we're running over time at the moment, so unfortunately we're not going to have any more questions. And I don't know, Preeti, if you'd like to answer that question with response to how it fits to your organization as well as your closing thought.
Yes, I fully agree with you as well. At the moment, the IPP Office graduate program is very specialized, targeted specifically at specific skills and competencies that we're looking to grow, to build the IPP Office into sustainability. However, it is something that we will introduce as our graduate program and our birthing strategy takes off and grows further into sustainability. So just from a closing perspective, I think for me, to just close off for the young individuals that are here today, don't be afraid. Don't ever be afraid. There's no such a thing as a stupid question. Bonga said to me yesterday, we're off from work, don't HR me now, but there is no such a thing as a stupid question. Ask, because that's the only way you will know and you will grow. So don't be afraid, ask, and that's how you will be able to grow your career and move to where you would like to be, where you are creating an impact and leaving behind a legacy.
Thank you so much.
So Chipo, just maybe to add, please go ahead and give a round of applause. Just to also add to our speaker, the question, as Nedbank, and I'm sure most of the employers also participate in the Yes Youth Young Employment Creation Initiative in South Africa. So we employ, and these are young people. The contracts are not directly with the bank. They're with the Yes Office of South Africa. And we give them basically opportunities so that they are employable. We give them a platform to get experience. And, we also have a very high absorption rate as well, like over 80%. We end up giving them, these are like national diploma holders. Yeah, that's also another entry. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Well, I'd like to say, unfortunately, we are running out for time, but I feel like this is always the part with good conversations. The good stuff gets as we're coming to time. But thank you so much for being an amazing audience. And thank you so much to our panelists for coming and sharing the perspectives of your organizations. We will be heading into the lunch session, which is for networking and talking. So if there's somebody whose question you found interesting, if there was an answer you wanted to learn a little bit more about, this networking session is to help that. And I think I'll pass over to you, the Yes team.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone who was just on this panel, Nedbank, IPP Office, Chima. It was really, really good panel. We are going to go to lunch in a minute and we will direct you to the lunch halls. But first of all, don't you think it would be great if we got a photo of everyone standing together by the ball for the inaugural Yes Energy Day, Youth Energy Day? So if everybody wouldn't mind gathering down this end by the board together, it would be great if we could get a photo of everyone. And then we will take you all through to the lunch halls. I was thinking in front. Yeah, I was thinking everybody. So everybody move down to this side.
1, 2.
Everyone's staying on Zoom and YouTube. I was wondering what these new two teams is opening up. Yeah. Then why are we gonna? Yeah, because that just means we have two more teams.
One, two.
Hello. Hello. Hi, everybody. So Nairobi are running a few minutes behind us at the moment. So we are going to have to wait a few minutes. So I thought instead of us, all of us just sitting here and like singing a song and chatting a gas, that it might be nice to hear from a few people who are here, who they are, reason why they're here, what they're looking to gain from being part of the Youth Energy Day. So I'm going to pick out some people at random. And if you can introduce yourselves, that would be fantastic. And then we'll keep going around the room until they're ready for us in Nairobi. So let's start with
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Brent Gibson. I'm a fourth year final engineering student at the University of Cape Town. A little bit about me, I'm an identical twin. He also took the engineering route, but is focused on the biomedical side of things. So personally, I'm very excited about this energy sector. I think South Africa holds huge potential for the energy sector. Personally, what I hope to gain about today is that just hope to gain a very good understanding of the graduate opportunities that we have coming out of university and what the energy sector holds for all of us. I'm here with a couple of friends that are all hoping to achieve the exact same. And yeah, ideally just look for some great opportunities for next year and see what this exciting sector holds for all of us. Cool, thank you.
Thank you very much, Brent, for starting us off. So where are we going to go to next? Let's explore the room a little bit. Who have we got here? Oh, we're coming down to this side. How about you? Who you are, where you're from, why you're here, and what you think would be great to get out of Youth Energy.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Nadine Moore. I am within the Sustainable Energy Markets Department at the City of Cape Town. And so I'm very happy and excited to be here today. I also have some of my colleagues joining me on the other side. So I think one of the things that I want to get out of today is just embracing the networking opportunity. I think as an early career professional, it's a really important skill to develop, and so that's something that I'd like to get out today. And I've already met some really incredible people, and then also to gain an idea of the opportunities that's out there within the sector. And so I think I've already learned quite a lot, and so it's been a great morning so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadine, and welcome. We're loving having you here. So who's going to be my next victim? I don't know. Let's have a look around. I think the lovely lady with red hair.
People.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Pelokazi, and I am a master's student at the University of Cape Town in chemical engineering. The reason I'm here is because energy, I love it. Like, I have passion for energy. Like, the reason I'm doing chemical engineering and now I'm majoring in masters, like I'm majoring in catalysis, and my research is related to energy. So that's why I'm here to learn more about the energy sector and the opportunities that are there for me when I finish with my masters. And that's all.
Thank you very much. So who's going to be my next victim? Oh, it must be blue jumper. You can't point at someone else and not expect to be picked.
Hello, everyone. My name is Willem. I'm also from the University of Cape Town. I'm doing my master's there at the moment in materials engineering, where my research is mainly focused.
I think we should do the same here and have some fun as well. Who wants to introduce themselves?
Hello. Where my research is mainly focused
We've got
on
some people.
bio-based polymers and renewable feedstock polymers.
Hi everyone,
So
my name is Maya.
basically green
I'm
chemistry.
at Strathmore
And yeah,
University
definitely here today
in my
to
fourth
do
year
some
doing international
networking,
relations.
maybe sign a contract. I don't
didn't know
know.
until
I'm
this
definitely down for that.
summit that there
But
is
yeah,
actually so much
that's me.
space
Thank
for
you.
me in the energy sector. I did think that was
Thank
just
you very
mainly
much,
for
Willem. That's
just to kind of
everybody loves to sign a
give you guys
contract,
information,
especially
like
if you're a
governmental
musician like me.
policy. But it turns out there's
So
lots of space for
who's
us in the
my
private
next
sector as well,
victim?
so glad to be
Are we
here.
ready to go? Brilliant. All right. Well, thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
everyone.
Who wants
We
to
might
go
come back to this
next?
later, but I'm now going to pass you over to Atia
Good afternoon,
and
everyone.
on to our next panel, which is going to be
Khoza.
streamed live
I'm
with
from
Nairobi
KC
once again. Hope
University,
you enjoy.
pursuing Bachelor of Science in Public Management, but I'm focusing more on policies. So my interest today is
Looks like they are still
I want
having a
to learn more.
discussion in
How
Kenya.
can we work with the energy
Should
sectors
I wait a
to
bit?
establish these policies, considering that in
Can I
Africa
start
this is
with
a new
the
thing to us.
introductions?
We need to know
Howard.
how can we work with
Okay.
the government and also the
Cool.
energy sector to ensure that
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Atifa Latif.
community can
I'm
embrace
from the
them
city of
and
Cape
we can work
Town.
toward the green energy.
As you
Thank
heard
you.
Nadine earlier on, I'm from Sustainable Energy Markets. Specifically, I am a professional officer for communications, training, and education. It's a very long title. Within the Sustainable Energy Facilitation branch. My background is in environmental management. And yeah, basically my history of working in the sector is mainly in the environmental management field because that's where I come from. So let's begin on the biographies of our wonderful panelists that we have here today. So firstly, I'll start off with Tuso. Sorry, just correct me if I'm saying it wrong. So that's Tuso. He is a manager of project and export finance in the energy and infrastructure division at Standard Bank in South Africa. With an exceptional background in business science and finance with accounting from the University of Cape Town. And he brings a wealth of expertise in the finance sector. Next, we have Jonathan Berman, who is on the end right there. He's the managing director at Autonomy Capital in South Africa, a distinguished independent provider of financial and strategic guidance to the energy, infrastructure, and resources sectors across Africa and beyond, with expertise in emerging markets and infrastructure investment banking. So he excels in capital raising and he's a prominent figure in the industry. Over in Kenya, we have Beatrice Nyabira, who is a head of the project's energy and restructuring practice at DLA, Piper Africa, IKM Advocates. With over 18 years of experience, she has acted for clients across the entire value chain, including public sector entities. Sorry, I need to take a breath because those bios are really long. And as you can see, they have a wealth of knowledge. To just jump a bit further, she is a leading figure in the Kenyan energy projects and infrastructure space, with accolades in the Legal 500, Chambers Global, and IFLR. Her team was awarded the Environment, Energy, and Natural Resources Team of the Year in Kenya at the African Legal Awards in 2022. There's so much more to learn about Beatrice. I'm not going to read the rest of it because I think we want to get to the questions and more of the discussion side of things. Next, I'll introduce you to Wendy Green, who we have here in the middle, who's actually wearing a green skirt. Wendy Green is the country manager for South Africa at Daystar with extensive experience in South Africa's renewable energy sector, specializing in project development and portfolio management for various energy technologies. She's actively contributed to the industry, serving on the power work stream of the Energy Council and participating as a speaker and program director at prominent conferences, as she is here today as well. Then lastly, we have Timothy Gachucha, who is the Strategic Partnerships Lead at the Power Learn project in Kenya. holding a Bachelor of Law from Kenyatta University with a deep-seated passion for youth development. He is dedicated to fostering impactful initiatives in the education sector. And then on the fly, we got another panelist, and his name is Herman. Sorry, I do not know, I cannot read this writing on this little page of his surname, but he is from KenGen and on the utility side of things. So you can go ahead and introduce yourself, Herman. Thanks.
Thank you for introducing me. So my name is Herman, and I work for Kenya Electricity Generating Company as an operations engineer, and I'm quite passionate about renewable energy and championing the plight of the youth, bridging the gap between graduation and getting your first role. So I'm an energy champion. I also look to advance the green energy agenda. So we want to achieve a good green revolution and maybe have 100% renewable energy in Kenya. That's a brief about me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Herman. So I would just like to open the floor first to introduce what we will be speaking about. We all know that the session is called Career Paths, which is mainly within the energy industry, but how can other careers advance into the energy sector? As you can heard from the biographies that I read, a lot of our panelists come from different backgrounds, such as finance, law, you name it. So we want to know how they obviously pivoted from their studies or how they used their background to get within the energy sector. So I will start with a question, which is to Beatrice and Wendy. And my first question is, could you share your insights on the practical qualifications and transferable skill sets that individuals should consider when exploring unconventional career paths within the energy industry? Quite a mouthful, but I'm sure you got this. Wendy, you can go first. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So I think I probably have one of the most unusual career paths. I think it's like my party trick, guess what degree I did, and nobody ever gets it right. So actually I studied agriculture, and I'm a passionate farmer as well. And so I really do bring together sort of the sustainability of agriculture, energy, water, just general sustainability. So I think in so many of our career paths, it's about passion, what interests you and what you're passionate about. So I actually, when I finished my degree, I farmed for 10 years. And then my children needed to go to school, and I was far too rural, didn't want to send them to boarding school. So I moved to Johannesburg and started a career in management consulting. And as part of management consulting, I was very fortunate to be introduced to, Exaro Resources, who was just starting on their sort of sustainability journey. And I think that was also when I met Jonathan way back then. That was about 2010. So a good 13, 14 years ago. And learned a lot with Exaro through that process of sort of energy and carbon management planning. And one of the elements of energy and of carbon was energy generation. So we were involved right in the beginning, 2010, when there was still sort of a refit with the Department of Energy, and was part of sort of the first bidding of, into the renewable energy windows. And so I think, everybody thinks that, well, energy is about, engineering. So I think I'm quite a good use case in terms of it's not about engineering. It's about applying yourself. It's about getting into, areas that are starting. So I was very fortunate, when renewable energy started in South Africa, sort of as this industry, I was right at the start of it. But you have to be able to sort of spot those opportunities. You have to be able to say, well, actually, this is a space that's going to grow. And how do I upskill myself? How do I change from goodness me, an agricultural degree. My friends always mock me. They're like, oh, you just the farmer. And a lot of the guys in the industry, like, oh, Wendy, the farmer's wife, she's hanging around. But it's really about taking what you know, building relationships, and developing energy projects requires every skill. It requires so much. It requires, yes, it's the engineers, a lot of the work, but it's the lawyers, it's the financiers, it's the people that care about the social side that, get into the economic development side. It's the people that care about the environmental side that are doing the, all the authorizations. It's the people that are very, that like pushing licenses and permits through the process. So there really is a space, and never mind the financiers, sorry, Jonathan, and Standard Bank, all the banks that we use. So yeah, it really is about, applying yourself, taking opportunities, working hard, and there's nothing that you can't do if you apply your mind, surround yourself with the right people, get the mentors that you need, and start to be a bit focused in terms of what do you want, where do you want to be, how do I position myself to get there? And you really can do it. It seems daunting when you start your career, and it is, and you can't necessarily map it out. But as long as you keep sort of those fundamental principles of how you work, what you're engaged in, whatever you do your best, even if it's just, you think is basic work, you do your best. Because what I can tell you is that when, now that I'm heading up a company, what I look for in people is someone that I'm going to say, can you please get involved in this piece of work, and that you apply yourself 100%. If you don't know, you ask, you're on top of it, you're giving feedback as how it's going. So it really is about, there's no limit to what you can actually get involved in.
Thank you so much, Wendy, for that insight. In Kenya, I'll hand over to Beatrice to answer that question as well.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here. Glad to be engaging with all of you. I couldn't agree more with what Wendy has said. This is the one field where all disciplines meet, and it may sound theoretical, but when you really look at it, when you're looking at a power project, you have an environmental specialist who's needed there. One of the people here introduced themselves and said they're students studying policy. So you need policies for such projects. There is room for communication experts, construction experts, lawyers. So really everybody meets, and every discipline meets in these projects. They really, really cut across. So I think for me, what I find is, maybe I'll speak more from a lawyer's perspective. For those of you who are looking at a law practice. But while I speak that way, it doesn't mean that these lessons don't also apply to, say, engineers or someone studying something different. From my own story, I think I started as a real estate lawyer for a number of years, and after 4 or 5 years, I transitioned into, say, an M&A lawyer. So I did more of the due diligence kind of work, approvals, corporate approvals, incorporations, those kind of things. Before then, I went into project development. And you see, the interesting thing is that none of that goes to waste, because you come to realize that these projects are actually built on ground. They're not built in the air. So you find your real estate experience comes in very, very handy, because now you know about land acquisition, you know about what to look out for, what approvals you need, all that. Then you go into the corporate experience that I had, because whenever there's a project, there's some level of due diligence. You have to come up with, share purchase agreements for people who are investing in the project company. You have to get competition approvals, all that. So all of that comes to use. So sometimes your path into it may not be a direct path, but that doesn't mean then that there's no space for you to play, because everything adds up. The one thing I'd like to emphasize is some of these soft skills, and some of the things that people don't take as seriously, because it's for everyone here, I'm sure you're pursuing a degree, and that's for granted, that we take it for granted that you'll achieve that. But there are many other things. For example, say mentorship. So if you're interested in a career in energy, you need to look at people you can emulate. And you may not always be able to have them as your mentor, but at least you have somebody you've identified, you emulate some of the things that they do. You need to think about, say, networking, events such as this, because this is how you meet people who are in the industry. You gather intelligence about what's happening, what jobs are available, which projects are being developed, and some of these things you can't really overstate the importance. So what I would say is that it needs to be a good balance. The journey may not be straightforward, but as I said, all these things add up and they all just find themselves into energy. And you know, to give emphasis to some of these other softer skills, the networking, mentorship, communication, you know, thinking out of the box, strategic thinking. So all those are very important.
Thank you so much for that, Beatrice. You know, Wendy said earlier that you're basically a farmer. And I sort of relate to that because like I studied environmental management, and now working as a communications professional, everybody just assumes I studied marketing or digital marketing. And kind of it is a slap in the face because they think that I do not know the technical information. But yeah, so they just see me as a communications professional. But I'd like to move on to the next question, which I'll pose to Jonathan, Timothy, as well as Herman. Given your expertise, how have you observed career roadmaps and industry priorities shifting? So what is out there for new graduates? Like, how is the market changing and what relevant skills can they specifically obtain? I'll let Jonathan answer first and then hand over to Kenya.
Thank you. And you know, those two questions about career roadmaps and change actually are integral to my story. I think, Wendy, I'll compete with you. I did a degree in history to start with, but I'll tell you a story. So I was born in the UK to a South African father and English mother, and before I went to university, I spent a year living and working in Cape Town, and I was supposed to be reading books in the library to prepare for my history degree. And I still remember going into the Claremont Public Library and finding a book by a guy called Professor Gerard O'Neill, who was a big physics professor in Princeton, he's known as the pioneer of the space station, International Space Station. But I still remember reading his books about the potential for solar energy. And he was one of the first guys who had the ideas of beaming solar energy down by microwave, down from satellites down to Earth, at a time when people thought this was crazy. Now, as we know, it's being talked about again. It may or may not be competitive with land-based solar. So I suppose I was always interested in the energy story. That goes back a long time, almost 40 years. So I studied history. I went into banking, and I hadn't thought of financing energy right away. But after a few years, I was lucky enough to be working in Southeast Asia at a time when Asia was booming and there was a huge demand for energy and infrastructure financing of all kinds, you know, toll roads, airports, we did tunnels, we did oil refineries. But when we first started doing that, actually the power side of it was the rather dull bit because the technology was tried and tested. So we all thought doing, you know, oil refineries was more exciting because they could explode or because prices could go up or down. Or toll roads were more interesting because you didn't know how the traffic was going to be there. And a power station, you know, you build a large coal-fired power station, it's a known piece of kit. Unless the contractors get it horribly wrong, it's going to be very dull. So actually, we didn't want to work in the power generation industry in those days. It was the dull bit of that area. And, you know, years move on and the renewables world pops up. And of course, it is now one of the most, not just one of the most exciting bits of energy and infrastructure, but I think it's one of the most exciting sectors in the world to work in today, and will be not just through the rest of my career, but probably through the rest of many of your careers. But my point is, you can come into fields later in life. Yeah, I trained as a finance person, and I learned a lot about, you know, lending money to large projects. But we had to rewrite all the rule books about 15 years ago, Wendy, when we met, and because it's not just that the technology for generating power has changed, all the business models have changed. yeah, the pace of technological change, the structuring of financing, and we all had to relearn. So frankly, even if I had gone and studied engineering at university and learned how to do coal-fired or gas-fired plants, I'd have had to relearn an awful lot in the past 15 years. And so I think there's a message for that. So I'll leave it there. I don't know whether I've got the most unusual path into this industry, but certainly I'm very happy where I am now. So
Great, thanks, Jonathan. I'll hand over to Timothy to give your insights on that.
Thank you. I think it's very interesting to hear that within the panel, most of the panelists come from very, very diverse backgrounds. I come from a background of law as well, but I delved into doing youth policy, youth advocacy, right from when I was in campus and then transitioned into the development sector. At a personal level, I have tried waste management projects in Nakuru with a small youth group with a couple of friends. But ideally, now working within the space of technology, I think there's a lot of opportunities looking at where is the future of the energy sector in Africa and how do you position yourself within that framework, leveraging on, say, even the emerging technologies that we have now. So we have elements like IoT, we have things like AI, we have areas like data science, which are coming in very, very strongly. We have cloud computing, where now cloud security is becoming a core element within the sector. So energy is no longer being talked about as the conventional hard infrastructure in terms of when you think of energy for a long time, it was you have to see KPLC cables for those who are in Kenya, so the electricity cables, or you have to see a geothermal plant. You're moving away from that and seeing what are the other new opportunities, especially for young people who are looking at how do you have a nexus of your technology skills within the energy sector. So for example, a lot of opportunities exist just within cloud computing and spaces like software development. So we train software developers across the continent in 5 countries so far, in Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and Zambia and Tanzania. And part of the core output of someone who goes through a program is for you to develop a project within any of the sectors that is of interest to you. So one of the key things that we've seen is that now there's a lot of new solutions that are coming up from the projects submitted by our learner pipeline as they're graduating, and they are now infusing, they're now working within sectors like the energy sector and developing IoT solutions in energy. One of the other key things that we do is we curate hackathons as models of innovating within a sector like energy, which conventionally would be left out. So I think we are at a time when we are existing at a time when, regardless of the background that you have, whether it's in communication or in law or in environmental management or in agriculture, you literally can learn new skills and enable yourself to position yourself into a sector that is conventionally not championed as a conventional sector. You know, when you ask a kid, who do you want to be when you grow up? Top of mind is, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be an engineer, I want to be a pilot, yeah? So there's those sectors that we know these are top of mind. But when you now start presenting new opportunities, new emerging opportunities in sectors like energy, which has deep investment, both by government, as well as private sector. We are now seeing companies which are conventionally within, say, like we knew Siemens, for example, as a company that was doing mobile phones. But Siemens has a very, very strong energy component within the work that they do. So the new career pathways, or the new pathways for especially young people, is looking at how do I use the skills that I've gained with my basic learning in university, regardless of the course, and immerse myself into this sector. So opening yourself to possibilities of learning the sector, possibilities of understanding what are the opportunities within that sector.
I will hand over to Herman if you have any input on that, or can I move on to the next question? Herman?
I think I have yeah, so in terms of shifting careers and being ready for what the energy sector has, you can look at um, uh, topics like sustainability and policy. That's something that's very important and something that's looked at by key energy players. And it's a skill which you can gain via training yourself, or you can even do like a skill from a school. We also have, to add on to what my colleague said there, you can have digital skills like software development. We use in power generation, we use softwares like SAP. We use different kind of softwares. So you can be in technology and in the energy space by just knowing how those programs work. You can be one of the people who's doing the programming themselves, and you can have innovative ideas to improve how operations are done. I had Jonathan mention about technology for surveying and maybe knowing where you have solar, the potential for wind. Like for now, we know that we have around 10,000 megawatts potential demand in terms of geothermal in Kenya. And that's just from what technology can give us. So we need such insights, and that now comes to research and innovation. So that's also a very key skill to have, and yeah, it's going to give you a good niche in the sector. Yep.
Thank you, Herman. So what I'm basically hearing from the panelists is that literally all career fields lead into the energy sector, basically. So whatever you are, whatever you're studying, that career can lead into the energy sector. And just to add to that in a nutshell is not only the skills that you are obtaining from your studies, you need to also know as youth that once you are in that job, you need to constantly evolve to keep up with the industry. So go to any training opportunity, conference, you name it, just to get that extra skill. So the next question, which will be for Thuso and Timothy and Beatrice, can you provide examples from your own experiences where you've transferred skills that allowed you to excel in your role? Thuso, you can go first.
Hi guys, can you hear me? Okay. I've worked in financial reporting, I've worked in governance, and now I work in investment banking, energy and infrastructure. All these things needing different skill sets, especially energy, as people have alluded that there's a lot of different career paths that lead to it. Like, I need to know everything. I need to be a lawyer. I need to be a financial expert. I need to be part of the people who know about the land issues. I need to be all of that because project finance is very risk-based. So I can't be blind of any of the risks. So I can't operate in a silo thing that, oh, I studied accounting and finance, therefore I'll just deal with the numbers. I need to know everything. But the one thing that I think that I've transferred and I've learned through my career is the ability to package information. By that, I mean, I use a Standard Bank example because that's where I work. When we working on a transaction, we have two approval processes. The first one we call NBAC. It's the easier one. It's where you get people to be interested in the transaction. It's not necessarily too technical. You give them high level thoughts, you give them the why, you give them the emotion, you give them the story. And I think that's what people do in life in general. So when you meet someone for the first time, you're not interested in their technicals, you're not interested in whether they know maths, you're not interested in whether they know whatever. You're just interested in them, their interests on Instagram, right? And they're like, hi, and you're like, hi, like, how are you? And you're also like, I'm good, how are you? And they're like, and then they keep going, and you're like, get to the point. And that's the second level of anything, right? Of anything, like, start by getting into the room. The second one, then execute, show that you can do the work, show that you've done the due diligence and all that nice stuff that makes you worthy to be there. And that's what I've learned. That's the skill that I've learned, that you should be able to package information. And I guess the third thing is to be able to differentiate between these two things. Sometimes let's say you meet someone in an elevator and you see that this is a big investor. What level are you on? You're already on level 2, and you can't get to level 1 because they're not interested in who you are. They just want to get the facts right there. But if you meeting someone and just thinking about a high level transaction, imagine if we wanted to do this, what level are you on? You're on level 1. And I think that it's very important then that you know the difference. And that's what I've learned through my career.
Thank you, Tuzo. You raise a really good point there. With knowing your audience and transferring whatever knowledge you know. Timothy, would you like to give it a go? On
Sure,
transferable skills?
Yes, so in my own experience, I started working within the legal drafting space, where I was working with the Kenyan Parliamentarians Association to do a few of the policies interfacing with young people. Then I moved from that and then started working with a local senator to be able to help him draft some of the bills as well. And I transitioned from that and had a quick deep dive within the UN, engaging with the United Nations volunteers. And ideally that one was primarily working around sustainability conferences and such kind of engagements. Then I worked in the NGO sector in peace and security, so a flurry of different spaces. I started my own startup called Young Africa, which now is doing sports for entrepreneurs through golf, and transitioned from that. And now I'm within the space of working to build a critical workforce in the tech ecosystem, leading partnerships. Within all these different spaces that I've engaged in, some of the key things that I've realized is, one, you have to enable yourself to gain critical thinking skills. In any sector that you are in, can you immerse yourself in a way to be able to ideate, be a strategic thinker? Can you enable yourself to open your mind to possibilities of asking yourself the what if questions, asking yourself the critical questions, in engaging within that sector through critical thinking. The other key transferable skill is attention to detail. And this can be as easy as how attentive are you to your content? Does your content have errors, for example? If you read any of my content, and this is not bragging, like even a normal text would not have typing errors. And that's just because that's how I have curated myself around just basic things that I do. But how I transfer that basic skill into things like reporting, or things like how do you do a concept note. So very, very bare minimum things like having attention to detail is a skill that you need to hone, to harness, so that you're able to have an edge. If I send you, if we are researching on the same topic, and I send you my content, vis-a-vis maybe someone else. I don't want to say anyone in this room. Perhaps you might see my content has a bit of an edge, and it's just because of having attention to detail. So being able to enable yourself to immerse yourself into those things that, especially in this generation, are not looking like they're sexy. You know, this generation, the key thing that we want to do is to have as short text as possible. If it's, by the way, it's BTW, right? There are even longer ones that I can't even tell you what this is. But being able to have attention to detail is very, very critical. The other key thing that is perhaps a transferable skill is communication. How good are you at being able to communicate your idea, to communicate your thoughts, to communicate what you're thinking about, or to communicate what you're passionate about? And communication here does not mean that you need to be the boldest person in the room. It just means that once you have that microphone, or once you have that opportunity to present yourself, that you are able to articulate yourself in line with the key things that you need to speak about. So communication sometimes enables you to have an edge, because someone might have very good content, but they're not able to share that content. You're in that boardroom where you've been given an opportunity as a young person to say, what is your position on the energy sector for young people in the country? What should the president do? You're there with the president. How do you communicate to the president? Maybe 3 key asks for you to edge out that opportunity for as many young people who are not in that room with you. So I think those top 3 skills are some of the transferable skills that you can go with in any sector that you are in.
Thank you so much for that. We have about 10 minutes left for the session. Thanks for letting me know. Sorry, so I'm just going to cut off on the questions that I was going to ask and move actually to what the audience wants to know from our panelists. So we have 2 questions that we received online, so I'll start with that. And it doesn't say who it is directed towards, so please let me know if you are willing to answer. It says, how can the engineering profession become more inclusive, and what benefits does diversity bring to engineering teams? Who would like to answer that question? Anyone here with the engineering background? Herman?
Come again? I didn't get the question.
Should I repeat the question? Okay, so it's how can the engineering profession become more inclusive, and what benefits does diversity bring to engineering teams?
All right, thanks. I've gotten the question. So how the engineering space can become more inclusive? I think when you're doing projects, when you're working for any company, let's start from there. What's the end game? What's the end goal? Some of them, maybe they look at profitability. Some of them are looking at giving back to the shareholders. There's ESG responsibilities. So when you're working in a project as engineers, you don't want to work in isolation. So you want to include someone with environmental experience, the policy. You want to include finance people. You want to include, so just to get the finance aspect of it, you want to include someone who works in, maybe who has project management experience. So they're going to help in the planning to the execution of it. Maybe you're giving just technical details. So you need all those cadres of careers. And so to make it more inclusive, I think you can, and it's really possible. It doesn't mean you can't study an engineering course despite your background right now. You can start small, you can do certificate courses, then just advance. And also, I have seen leaders in engineering positions who are not really engineers. So it can also come from experience. Just work with engineers, get the experience, and get to convince your team that you can do that work. And on the second part, The second part was to do with how do you get the skills, and how do you incorporate that maybe for someone who's not in the engineering field. And I think it's the same thing like I've mentioned earlier. So you're always open to learn something new and just be adaptable. From my own experience, like after I finished campus, I worked as a banker, just as Jonathan, and I did wealth management, and I was in sustainability and selling green bonds. So that's when I came to appreciate how financing for renewable energy projects come about. And that is now really helping me right now in what I'm doing as an engineer. So being adaptable and be willing to just learn the new skills, I think that's the main thing.
Thanks, Herman, for that, for answering that question. For here in Cape Town, do any of the audience have questions? Over there in the red, thanks. Please state your name and who the question is directed to.
My name is Ntavi Singh. I'm an LLM student from the University of Cape Town. So my question is directed to the capital, where the money is, so that bank, and yeah. So I've been here since morning, and I've been talking about employment and jobs. So I'm also interested in having my mini grid firm, and I'm interested in getting an incubation program perhaps. And I'll be happy if you could point me to the right direction where I could apply for financing, what I need in place, mentorship and sorts. Yeah, thank you.
You want to answer?
Hi. I think maybe someone who'd be more willing to answer the question than I am. Someone else from Standard Bank, and that's Vanessa.
Hey, Vanessa, you can.
Thank you so much, Tuso. I think, you need to understand as graduates, I think the incubation period that you mentioned is something that's critical. And looking at the universities, I think one of the things that we can do is to be more inclusive. And the question was posed and Timothy, he answered it. I think what we need to challenge our universities to do is to apply a more practical lens. So while Timothy was speaking, I was thinking, why can't universities start the syndicate or teamwork, as early as second year, where if there's a project that is pitched to the engineering department, they should actually go and choose multidisciplinary students that are, studying other qualifications and start teaming them up together in order to have effective and an agile solutioning. So I think the practicality needs to land. So if we're talking about an incubation period, I personally think it should start from university level, all right? Then we also need to remember as industry, we have a responsibility to create programs other than graduate programs. I think all of you heard about graduate programs today. There is a massive population of candidates that don't get into graduate programs simply because there's a finite number that we can take on as the private sector. So we need to look at opportunities more like your work experience within organizations. And I'm talking not just shadowing, I'm talking about bespoke, crafted and design programs where you can come and learn practically. We can think about also, if we have students that are doing honors and masters, there needs to be more partnership with the private sector and public sector for that matter, where you come into industry and it must be part of the curricula, where you'll come into industry and you'll do your honors or masters, and it could be, for a month or 2 months. So I think that's some of the things that we need to do. And then learnerships and internships are also critical to speak about the population that don't make it into graduate programs. Just to throw out a stat and to bring it home to make it real, at Standard Bank, we receive in excess of 67,000 applications. At any one point, if you're looking at the number of people that we hire, it's between 250 and 300. So you do the maths. So we have to have other avenues to accommodate the other population of students as well. So, and, you know, put the challenge out there to industry to say, don't skew your programs just to graduate programs. We need to upskill a bigger population, and we must bring in learnerships and internships. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Vanessa. I hope that answered your question. But if you are looking particularly for any investment and stuff, I think you should look up the National Youth Development Agency, because they have a lot of programs to assist small businesses. I'll hand over to Sadiqa in Nairobi, because there are a few questions on that side, given the time that we have left. So Sadiqa, you can ask the questions. Thanks.
Can they hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me in Cape Town? Great. Questions. I'm going to start one we have online. Which leadership skills were the most difficult for you to develop? And how were you able to realize the ideas you had about what you wanted to do? Who wants to take that one?
Can I ask Jonathan to answer that?
I think it's about people, really. I mean, I suppose in any leadership role, any industry, anywhere in the world, learning how to lead people is important. And I don't think that's something you're going to get a lot out of in a book. You're going to learn by practical experience, number one, and learning by finding people, whether they're formal mentors or just informal people who you work with, who have more experience than you, who you admire. So I think back to one or two of the people I was lucky enough to work with when I was younger, who just taught by example with the way they ran businesses and the way they balanced, you know, they often, there's a tough challenge between the business meeting its commercial objectives and helping out its younger staff to learn and then getting that tension right. So I think it is exactly that, finding people who are willing to give you the time and the inspiration to teach you about how to lead businesses. And final thing is recognizing that each business is different, right? So today in my business, we're a very small team of highly technical, experienced people. So the way we run that is very different from some of the big projects we're working on, which can have hundreds of employees. And they're operating a power plant as opposed to doing the finance side that we're doing, and they have to manage things differently as well. So learning about all those things. But I know if anyone wants to get in touch after the event, I mean, I'm sure it goes for all the speakers, feel free to get in touch with us and we can chat more about these things.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. Do any of the other panelists want to contribute to that, or can we move to the next question?
I think maybe if I can just add that, you know, when everyone talks about leadership, you think about the leader of the organization. But just remember, leadership is in every single one of you. And you can be, you know, having a minor role on a big project or a big role in a minor project, and you can be a leader. You know, leadership is, and servant leadership is really the way of the future, in being inclusive, bringing people along with you, communication. It's really not, you don't have to be the big leader to be the leader, but in absolutely everything you do, you know, in your own life, or whether it's, you know, specifically here, we're talking about the workplace, just lead, you know, lead your own activities, lead your own development, just lead. You don't have to be that big, loud person to be the leader, but lead yourself, lead quietly, and just make a difference. And I think that's will stand you in really good stead in your careers.
I was about to say yes. Then I just did. Sadiqa, you can give the next question.
Questions?
Hello, Vanessa Ominde from the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and I am pursuing a Bachelor of Science in Renewable Energy and Environmental Physics.
in my final year last semester. And my question goes to Wendy Green. Most of the time in a woman's life, there comes kids, as you have put it out. And what advice can you give to females, especially during these stages of life where they move from being single, of course, into marriage, and then having children, and how fast your career path changed from being a farmer and into the energy sector? What advice can you give to girls in terms of the quick transitions and how they can manage those transitions, and also keep in mind their mental health? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. That's such a good question. I mean, I was fortunate enough to have my children when I was still farming. So until my eldest was 6. My eldest has actually just finished his 3-year degree and is now going, the same as all of you, going into the workplace. So I'm sort of going through it with him as well. I have 3 children. But when we moved to Johannesburg, you know, I needed to catch up on my career. I mean, I had farmed for 10 years and I was stepping into a role as a management consultant with a big management consulting firm. So the biggest advice I would say is, you know, obviously always there's balance. So, you know, try and when you're at work, focus at work and do the best you can. When you're at home, focus at home, be present, be engaged with your family. And I mean, just choose the right partner. choose someone who supports you, choose someone who, you know, who is the best, who wants the best version of you. Choose a life partner that really goes, you know, how do I make Wendy the best that she can be, and enable her to do that. And I mean, I've been really fortunate that I chose a fantastic life partner that's done that for me. And I think get that support system around you, you know, and that's really coming back to your community, your network. You know, it takes a village to raise a child, and you don't have to be the only one raising your children. If you surround yourselves, you know, choose, and you guys are fortunate in where you can live to work. So you can live in, you know, hopefully areas where you've got, you know, gogos and grandfathers and cousins and uncles and community that's you know, that can support you in that drive. And at the end of the day, you know, you are an example to your children, and that is how we will change the world. You know, they need to look to you to go, you know what, my mom had a career and she still managed to balance it. And it's not saying that it's easy. I mean, and a very good friend of mine had an analogy. She said, you know, your heartbeat is never like that. Your heartbeat is like that. And, you know, sometimes I've had to travel and the kids have been at home alone for 3 weeks. And sometimes, you know, I've taken time off just to be with them. But I think just being present, being engaged, and doing your best to give the best of you. Because what is really easy to do is to go home and you think that you're home, but you're really not. Your mind is still on work. You're still stressing. You're, you know, looking at your phone. Don't do that. You know, try and switch off and be present with your family, and start early to build up that network, that village around you, so that when you do get to stressful times at work, you can reach out and say help. You know, there's nothing wrong with saying help. I hope that answers.
And most importantly, self-care. Let's not forget that. Do we have time for another question, Howard?
I think.
Yeah, probably I can chime in on that, because it's a common problem, and I think probably all young ladies go through that. I think my own view is that you know, in life, I think there are different ways of looking at it. There are people who want to probably postpone having a family, pursue their career. There are others who will have their family earlier and then figure out, can they get back into their career? Sometimes I think some things have to happen nonetheless. And I always advocate for, when it's time to start your family, do start it and don't postpone it because you're trying to push your career or whatever, and let your career grow together with your family. I think one of the things that ladies put upon themselves, a lot of pressure, you know, to be the best and to assume that they can actually balance work and and home. And actually, I'm one of those people who believe it's never really a balance. There's times when work will take precedence, and there's times that family will take precedence. And you shouldn't say that, say, every day I'll be home at 5 p.m. to do homework with the kids, and you're setting yourself up for failure, because there are days that you won't. So you need to take one day at a time and do your best for that day. And when you look at it probably 1 year down the line, you say, look, I did my best. And most days I was able to do homework, but there are days I wasn't able to assist with the homework, and that's okay. And then it's also very important, especially from the mental health angle, to take care of yourself, because I think women have this tendency to take care of everyone except themselves. So you need to do something. If you need to do exercise, meditation, whatever it is, you have to create time for that, because as Wendy has said, you can be home and not home. So you can be home and so angry at your children, shouting at them, because you still have the pressure from work that you're carrying with you. So I think taking time to also work on yourself, relax, be in your best shape helps you to actually deliver. It sounds kind of cliche, but I think I'm a strong believer in this. It makes sure that you're actually able to be present and to deliver to others.
I think we will end there. I would like to thank the panelists so much for contributing and providing your insights. I think speaking on behalf of the audience, we have learned a lot from you, and we'll take away those lessons and employ it in our lives and to our careers as well. So thank you, everyone.
Just wanted to say a big thank you to our panels, both here and in Cape Town and in Nairobi. We're now going to be streaming into an online session, which has started about 5 minutes ago, and it will be shown on the screen shortly. Thank you very much.
For coffee now, fees, do some networking. It's the last coffee break of the day, and then we'll come back in for a couple of more graduate recruitment presentations, and then we'll try and finish a little earlier so you can go home and enjoy time with family and friends after. Thank you. So do join us outside for coffee. Thank you to our panelists.
think like you like to write, you like to sing, but your gifts are different from your skills. Your skills are things that you can develop along the way. For example, HR person who I talked about, there are skills that she does that she obviously wasn't born with. She developed along the way, right? So you have to know your gifts, you have to know your skills, you have to know, you have to have the right character, because sometimes I also I interview people, and if something is off from their character, even if they have the right skills, they have the right traits for the organization, I would just say no to that person, because if they don't have the right cultural fit for the organization, they will ruin the organization. So you also have to have the right character for any organization you're going into. Tony here works with Sarah Group. I'm very sure that you have a cultural organization, or rather you have an organizational culture for Sahara Group. So you also have to know the culture of the organization you want to. So I said this for you to have this personally. But when you then want to transition, have this at the back of your mind and say, yes, I want to have gift, I want to have the skills, I want to have the culture. But you should start from, do you volunteer for any organization? That's a question to you. Do you have any volunteering experience?
yes, no. So you can see that can also be, because you have to learn, like we have spoken so many things on non-technical aspects of the energy sector. So you have to first know what aspect of the energy sector you want to focus on, and you can only experience that or know that from volunteering with people. So you might say that you might not even be law, you want to go into the financial aspect of things, you want to go into the human resource, and you can only know that experience by volunteering because you're still in school. So you might not be able to intern, because I interned in my final year and it was tough because I was doing projects, I was doing a lot of things. And you obviously have to learn to balance both sides because the parents sent you to school to read. So you have to read and you have to pass. So that is very important, volunteering. And also, if you can intern, look for organizations that you can intern for, even if they're not paying you. So I really want to ensure that do not just look for good paying jobs because they are starting out. So you might not get the best pay because you just want the experience. When I was doing my internship for Consistent Energy, it was minimum wage, I think 30,000, and that was in 2021. So it was basically that was just a stipend, but I didn't look at the money. I wasn't even free.
cream, need some sugar. Feel free to go and get some in the room next door. And then our next session will be starting at roughly half past 3. Okay. So, We'll move on. Hello, everybody. Welcome back from hopefully a nice, refreshing break where you got to have a chat with a few different people and do a bit of networking. We're now on to our next graduate recruitment spotlight, and this is going to be hosted by Siemens Energy. We've got the lovely Mufo Ludalu, who is the sustainability champion for the region of Africa from Siemens. Bonolo Ranamane, who's the head of the sub-region for Africa for controls and digitalization. And also the lovely Lerato Masilaone, the senior talent acquisition partner for Africa for Siemens Energy. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Howard. For the ones who are sitting lonely on the other side, if you don't mind, can we make it a bit intimate? Thank you. Thank you, EnergyNet, for hosting us, for arranging this thoughtful event, connecting the youth with the recruiting partner. For us, it is an honor to be sitting in front of you with my lovely colleagues here. And for me, being in Cape Town, UCT, even though it's business school, it does bring undergraduate memories because I am an alumna of University of Cape Town. I studied mechanical engineering. So it's definitely an honor. And from the ones who have spoken before me and the ones that I've networked with, I recognize that there's a number of us, right? And also I have to recognize the others from other institutions as well, right? So again, congratulations for being part of this event because it gives me a signal that you are curious to learn what opportunities exist for you within this energy sector. So for that, I think you do deserve to give yourself a hand of applause to actually be still here around this time. So as youth, you actually do have a very critical role to shape the future of energy, especially today where climate change is quite a topical topic, and we are always talking about how to transition, right? And I think one thing that we must at least acknowledge is that each path will be different depending on where you are. One of the previous speakers obviously mentioned that, look, in South Africa, we do have abundance of coal. What do we do with it, right? And again, it cannot just be renewable technology that solves the challenge that we sit with today. We have to look at the mix. So with that, it actually offers you quite diverse opportunities that one can engage in. So now, who is Siemens Energy? So now, in terms of who we are, Siemens Energy, it is a global energy technology company, one of the leading global technology company. We are active in more than 90 countries. And as Hans mentioned this morning, we have over 90,000 employees around the globe. So you can just imagine in terms of the opportunities that exist. So once you have an opportunity to enter the industry, you actually do have a high possibility that you could actually find yourself fulfilling a role anywhere in the world, right? So now in terms of our portfolio, we are one of a very unique energy player where we are active in almost the entire energy value chain, starting from power generation, transmission, and the storage that we have touched on this morning, right? So in terms of the energy itself, just to contextualize it, we do have technology from the conventional side of things and also on the renewable side. And just to bring it home in South Africa, so our famous company, Eskom, some of their coal power generation plant, they are running with our steam turbines, our generators, our transformers, and most importantly, the brain control and instrumentation, of which Bonolo specializes in. So now, in terms of our presence in South Africa, we do have a very strong presence. We do believe in growing the economy, giving back to the community, and most importantly, to invest in the youth. And Karen has been stressing since morning that private sectors, they do need to collaborate with the government, right, in terms of some of the initiatives and other stakeholders. So we do recognize that. And just to showcase some of the initiatives that we have done recently, in 2022, which is last year, right, we actually hosted a hackathon, and that hackathon was actually meant to connect us as the energy technology company and the students at high school. I had someone also asking a question of, are we just focusing on the graduates? So for us, we believe that it's not just the graduates, we have to catch it early. And the only way we can do that is if we immerse ourselves, right? So we actually did a hackathon where we gave them a challenge. And in this case, they were looking at Mpumalanga province. And if you are aware of the place, that's the home of coal. Now we've even changed the name to Emalahleni, right? That's what we call it. And basically, the challenge was for the youth to look at ways that they can transition Mpumalanga to transition to clean energy. And by just doing that, you actually trigger the thoughts of what are the possibilities, but at the same time, you also bring awareness in terms of triggering interest in the energy sector, right? So on the other hand, we do realize that, we talk of skills. How do we build these skills? And how do we take ownership of these skills, right? So for us, it was very important that we invest. So our head office is in Johannesburg, Midrand, but the last time I checked, stand to be corrected, right? We are the only original equipment manufacturer who owns a factory. And it's located in Wadeville, Johannesburg. And part of that factory, we are doing manufacturing work of new parts. We're doing repair work of the different components, saving on the generation, transmission, and basically this value chain that we've covered, right? But for us, it didn't end there. It was important that we also invest on a power academy. So we actually did an inauguration in 2021. And this power academy is meant to serve the local South Africa and Africa as a whole, right? And basically, we actually have instruction-led programs as well as the web-based training covering the energy sector. So with the legal that I've just showcased here, the opportunities are diverse. And the good thing is that it's not just limited to engineering. In that energy value chain, we do need human resources. We do need, now we talk of this new role, sustainability. We talk of sustainability. We do need lawyers. So this commercial law, you can imagine when you're handling contracts, right? As we are introducing all these technologies, we have to make sure that they are covering the environmental aspect, the quality, and the safety. So it means we also do need people in that space as well. Your supply chain, more than ever, we have to think of strategic supply chain as well. So there are also opportunities there. So just to mention the few, right? So I can go on until tomorrow, and that won't help my colleagues that are sitting next to me. So I will hand over to Lerato so that she can showcase the programs that we have.
Thank you, Bo. Hi, everyone. My name is Lerato. So I'm in the talent acquisition space, attracting young talent, mature talent, but I think my passion is definitely young talent, because I started as a recruiter as a graduate recruiter at KPMG. So it was all about, young talent. So that is definitely my passion. So what we'll do now, we'll take you through the different programs that we have as Siemens Energy, in terms of, like Mpo has said, we have space for everyone, let me just, and yeah, I've been with Siemens for like 8 months, so just be gentle. But we'll just, cool. All right, so in Siemens Energy, we call them, early careers in Africa. So we are very, centered up around Africa, but for today's programs that I'll be dealing with will be in South Africa as well as in Egypt that we currently have that are running. So I'll start with the apprenticeship program. The duration is 48 months, which actually includes, the 6 months, as well as part of the CFSA, the approved workplace by the relevant, accreditation body, which is the CETA that we work with in terms of that. So in here, we recruit fitters, antennas, welders, right? So what normally happens with this program is that most of our apprenticeships, they have to complete a test at the end so that they can get the right accreditation. So we have really great partners, partners of CETA, our training partners that help you to receive that accreditation, after that training program. I think Mpo did mention that we have space in Wadeville. So most of our apprenticeships are based in Wadeville to complete this, apprenticeship. And then we also have a very interesting one because we do need engineers. Sorry. Okay, engineers in training. So it really gives you an opportunity to apply your academic as well as your practical knowledge. So it's divided into different sections in terms of how the program works. We have the commissioning services, the engineering office skills that you get exposed to, as well as, on the job, exposure as well. So it is for 24 months. So those are the requirements, BSc Mechanical Engineering, BEng Mechanical Engineering, right? So we're also part of the professional body that actually helps us with this kind of program. The information is there at the bottom. The next program, we have the CAT program, because I did hear someone ask if we do cater for students, because we understand in Africa, not everybody has money to go to school and get the right qualification, right? So one of the programs that we have is the commercial advancement training, which is for 24 months, the program. So we're looking for people with mathematics and accounting. And so you go through your year 1 and your year 2. We also have like a training partner, I think twice a week. You also have to go to, like, you get registered as well, so that when you leave, you have a qualification as well as like your experience as well. So this is one of our, greatest programs. And then we have the BET program, which is the business administration training scheme. It's for 12 months. So it covers, finance in training, SEP training, you get exposed into that. So the entry requirements is the business science, commerce graduates who have financial accounting, managerial accounting. So you need to get at least an average of, 60%. So we also, partner with SABPP for that. So yeah, so those are the timeline in terms of what you do in the program from January until December, and how the practicals are divided there. So yeah, so that's up. I think that's the last program we have in South Africa. And then in Egypt, Cairo, we do have a Power On summer internship. So they actually recruit for technical and non-technical students. So it happens for 2 months, this program. So we normally look for graduates who are on their final year and those who have completed as well. So most of the majors are in power, electrical, mechanical, and energy, right? And then we also do take the non-traditional. So that would be the HR, communication and finance, and, IT. So those are the programs that we look for. And in Egypt, we also have the Future Energy Graduate Program. Still the same requirements, that has not changed, but it's a 1-year program. So it normally opens up in September yearly. So there's no experience required, like mentioned earlier. So no experience. So for you to qualify for the program, so we have a lot of information in terms of, young talent or early careers. I don't know if you have a Siemens Energy bag with you. There's this code that you can scan. By scanning this, you create your own profile on our own website. So when the programs open up, you can, just apply anytime. So if you didn't get a Siemens goodie bag, make sure that you have one so that you can, capture your details there. For the guys online as well, I think on the EnergyNet platform, we do have a barcode there as well. So make sure that you are registered so that, when opportunities are available, you can just apply. Thank you so much. I'm gonna hand over to one of our success stories, an amazing firewoman who manages a million strong people. Bonolo, over to you.
Thanks, Lerato. So, as mentioned earlier, my name is Bonolo Ranamani. I am the head of controls and digitalization for Africa. So I'm not only responsible for South Africa, I'm also responsible for the continent in its entirety. So like Lerato mentioned, I'm one of the success stories. So I was a graduate many years ago, like you guys, and I got a call from HR at Siemens and they said, would you be interested in joining our graduate program? And I said, okay, let's give it a shot. I went through an intense interview process. I think it was 4 rounds. Panel with managers, and I was successful. I mean, why not? So my training was for 2 years, right? So let's talk about that. In the 2 years, I was given the opportunity to rotate within the different divisions we have, right? So I started at supply chain, and I said, you know what, this was good experience, but it's not really for me. So the opportunity came to work in power generation, and I said, I'd rather go and rotate there. Let me see what's there for me. Remember, I come from a commercial background. So I went there and I was just like doing commercial work, and I said, oh, this is good, this is great, but there was still something missing. I wanted something more. I wanted a piece in the bigger energy sector. I want to say, I'm a I'm a fireball and I need to be intrigued. So I said, okay, this is good, but what next? An opportunity came up to become permanent in the service department, and that was technical. So I had transitioned from commercial to technical. From then, I think I've moved through the various ranks to where I am today, vice president. But I think the nuts and bolts of it is that you own your career, right? And in you owning your career, Siemens Energy programs are there to assist the graduate. So, I mean, in another company, maybe it's not as easy to transition from commercial to technical. I mean, we can speak about that because I work in a very niche, I want to say, sector where controls and instrumentation, typically graduates tend to shy away from that. You know, I'll do this engineering, but controls, not my portion. Do you know what I mean? So I think now, having been in the industry for 9 years, I know I don't look that old, but I've been in the energy sector for 9 years. I can appreciate the engineers we have. And I'm not sidelining the lawyers, the commercials, EHS, but there's a fundamental need for engineers within our industry because we're shaping our own country. Let's take it back home now to South Africa. With the current crisis we sit with, you know, load shedding, you know, I'm always waiting for the notification and I'm like, oh, I have to go home and start cooking. So I think we've got the influence as an OEM, and I'm proud to say that I've got a 72% installed base in the ESCOM fleet that we look after and we service and assist to ensure that we've got system reliability and availability. So I'm only here to canvas and say, look, there's a spot for you. Are you smart enough to keep up and to build your career? It's all in your hands. And if I can do it, I'm sure you can also do it. So, I mean, we're looking forward to fielding your questions. But I think firstly, scan the QR code and see how you can be a part of our organization.
Thank you very much, guys. So we've got a couple of minutes, so we can do a couple of questions now from the audience, if you guys fancy, before we join back up with Nairobi for Bowman's recruitment workshop. So does anybody have any questions? And hold on. Here we go. This lady first.
Hello. Ma'am, the name of the company is Siemens Energy, but then when you were counting the apprenticeships that you offer, you only offered fitters, welders, and tanners. Does that mean that you don't offer electrical apprenticeships?
No, not at the moment. I think we are in obviously the energy space. So we are looking for mechanical engineering, but there's a lot of, opportunities like Bonolo started in commercial. Like you don't have to box yourself and said, I started in, electrical engineering. We also do have internships that do come up, and it can be in a strategy office, but they're looking for someone with a technical qualification, right? So if you apply for that and apply your mind, you don't know where that will lead you, So yeah, we do have different internship programs that come up, obviously based on the projects that we have, and and there you can apply and see if that would be something that interests you.
Who was next?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. For those who don't know me, my name is Kombisile. I'm a student at UCT. Thank you for your talk once again. I wanted to ask about your research and development opportunities, if you have any in South Africa or anywhere.
I can take that. Yeah. Okay. So on the research and development side, yes, we do have a program. It is a global program, and it's called a graduate program, right? And there specifically, we are looking at people who have just recently completed their master's or their doctorate, right? where they will be given an opportunity, different mini assignments where you will rotate around the globe. And there you will be looking at more of the research and development on the new technology. So basically you'll be contributing towards the innovation of the new energy system for the future. So there's definitely a program specifically for you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lechesa. I'm from UCT, and I'm doing mechanical engineering. That means I might be a right candidate for you guys. I'm just asking, I heard you talking about like global and Africa. So does that mean you guys consider like international students as well on your internship programs?
Sorry. Okay, so each and every country, they have their own localization rules in terms of, the kind of interns that they get. So the nice thing about, Siemens Energy Africa, we have a lot of presence in Africa. So if we don't have a presence at the moment, it might not be right now, but for the future, we have a lot of growth opportunities. But for the South African one, our priority will definitely be in South Africa. And then in Nigeria, when we have one, the priority will be for the locals. So yeah. Thank you.
Did we have any other questions? Young lady down there.
Okay, hi guys. This is a question directed to Bonolo. So Bonolo, did you have like a 5-year plan for your career, or did you just get an opportunity and then just hit the ground running?
So I think when I was interviewed, I didn't initially have a 5-year plan, right? I was just going with the flow, but I knew I wanted something great and bigger. So I think the simple answer is no, I did not. But I worked to a point where the organization can't ignore you. Your work speaks for itself, right? So the caliber of work that I delivered kind of propelled me to where I am today. And I think the one thing I didn't mention was that the opportunity of working in a multinational, because Siemens Energy is a global conglomerate, you also get the chance to move around. So I've had the privilege to live in Europe and to work in headquarters to kind of experience power generation in Germany, and to bring that back home to impart that knowledge and bring it back this side. So 5-year plan, I did not have one, but now I think in 5 years, we all know I will be sitting on the board and, influencing the energy sector.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, guys. It's been a really, really interesting presentation, and your stories are amazing. So thank you so much for coming down and bringing this to everybody here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe afterwards, but after the next session, we can invite some of the Siemens guys back on stage if they want to answer some more questions.
Of course.
Thank you. So our next guys on stage are from Bowmans. Are you in the room? Fantastic. So come up. So I'm assuming this is Shailene and Zolani? Zolani. Perfect. So just so you guys know, we are going to be bringing in Nairobi to this as well. Yeah. Because we have another colleague from Bowmans, Chiru. Yeah. Is that correct? Who is going to be joining us. Have they joined in yet? So in the meantime, whilst we're waiting, what has been the most exciting thing about today? I was going to say the t-shirts. No, I do hope everybody managed to get one. I really wanted a pink one, but unfortunately they didn't have my size. So No, honestly, it's been a great day so far. So we're really, really excited to hear from Bowmans, who are one of the leading law firms from across Africa. So please make sure you have some questions for him afterwards as well. Hmm? Yeah. Just waiting for him. Yeah. No worries. Session on their last slide.
Oh, no worries. That's okay. That's fine. No worries.
What we're going to do, we're going to do the question and answers separately.
Okay.
Because they can do, if you are waiting Nairobi and you guys aren't reaching the station.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. No worries.
Okay. You haven't got presentation yet.
No, no, no.
Nah.
Death by PowerPoint on a Friday afternoon.
Death by PowerPoint. Yeah, I know that.
We're good. We're just we're talkers.
Yeah, I know.
We'll have a conversation. Yeah.
That's what we do. We talk. Are we good? Yeah. Hello, Nairobi. Can you hear me? Oh. Apparently, that.
And happy to. Oh, I think
Yes.
I'm back.
Hello, Nairobi. Nairobi, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Ah, fantastic. That's what we like to hear. So thank you, everybody in Cape Town and Nairobi. Sorry for the delay in Cape Town because we're just waiting for Huawei to finish in Nairobi. Now we have our feature presentation for Graduate Recruitment Spotlight from Bowmans, where we have Chiro Longdon, Head of Knowledge Management and Learning for Bowmans, who is in Kenya, in Nairobi. We have Shailin Ledwaba, the Head of Talent Acquisition for Bowmans in South Africa, and Zalali Anyali, a partner from Bowmans in South Africa as well. I will pass over to you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Thank you so much to the students who are here. I know it's late on a Friday afternoon, so we appreciate it. My name is Shailin Ledwaba, and I'm the Head of Talent Acquisition based in Sandton. My portfolio looks after both graduate recruitment as well as experienced hires for Africa at Bowmans. Very nice to engage with you today.
Super. Hi, everyone. So my name is Kolani. So we do click around here. Nyali, I'm a partner in the competition law practice at Bowmans, based in South Africa. I don't know where I am these days. Yeah, and I've been with the firm for 12, 13 years. So since I left university. It's the only firm I ever interviewed at. It's the only firm I've ever worked at. It's the only firm I want to work at because we are the greatest. Right? So you will hear why. Chiro, shall I hand over to you, introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you very much. Karibu, everyone. So for those in South Africa, Lagos, Karibu is just the way we say welcome. My name is Chiro Longdon. Yes, it's sometimes hard to roll that off the tongue, but I head up the knowledge management and learning function for the Nairobi office and also look after the East African offices. So what that means is I look after the lawyers' technical learning. I also look after process improvement, data, tech also sits underneath me. And then because I have this very unique role, I also get the privilege of assisting Shailin when it comes to graduate recruitment, especially at the pupillage level. So back to you guys in Cape Town.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. So I think, we'll have a conversation, right? Rather than a presentation. So we didn't prepare presentations. No one death by PowerPoint, right? So what is or who is Bowmans? So I'm pretty sure that most people in the room do not know who Bowmans is. I did not know when I applied, right? But they are the greatest. So Bowmans is a leading African law firm. Okay, we have 7 offices in 5 African countries: Kenya, Mauritius, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zambia. Watch this space. We are announcing another country very soon in Southern Africa. And we have an alliance firm in Nigeria, Udoma Bello Osaji. We have another alliance firm in Ethiopia, Aman Asifa. And then we've got a couple of best friend relationships. We are a firm that is by Africans, owned by Africans, originated in South Africa. And I think we probably now sitting over, over 1,500 people across the firm, across the different countries. And we just celebrated, I think, our 15th anniversary in Kenya, which is absolutely phenomenal. Kenya started 15 years ago with 4 lawyers. We're now over 100 lawyers and just over 200 people in that office in 15 years. Absolutely phenomenal growth. Well done to our colleagues in Kenya. So I suppose then, and again, I suppose the wonderful thing about Bowmans is that it doesn't matter where you sit in terms of which office. I sit in South Africa and I assist clients all over the continent. I think that the only three that I do not have clients in on this continent is Egypt, Tunisia, and Morocco. But any other country on this continent, we've got clients. In fact, just before we came in here, we just closed a deal in Nigeria. So that is the beauty of working with Bowmans. But then I suppose you're thinking, oh, well, so how then do I join your winning team? Because clearly this is the team you want to be part of. And that's what we're going to be talking to you about today. So I suppose the opportunities we have from a graduate recruitment perspective, because that's your entry point, right? At least as a lawyer. So we've got pupils in Kenya and Mauritius, and she will talk to that, at least the Kenya part. We've got learner legal practitioners in Zambia, interns in Tanzania, and of course in South Africa, candidate legal practitioners or just candidate attorneys. This new lingo is very long. As top law firms, we advise incredibly busy clients, right? Executives, CEOs, general counsel. They don't have time for long things. You got to say it in short. Get it done in a very short period of time. So generally, and across our offices, we start recruiting for these opportunities that I talked to you about now 2 years in advance, right? So we are now in 2023, right? So that means we are now opening for 2026, okay? So if you are looking for 2024, we're full. 2025, there might still be a couple of spots, but generally we're looking at 2026. So we recruit 2 years in advance. So when I applied, it was in 2009 and got offered the post to start in 2011, right? So that's generally how we do it. And applications are submitted online. Now here's the thing. It is a very competitive process. So in South Africa, we receive between 4,500 and 5,000 applications for just under 50 spots. So it is more difficult to get into Bowmans than it is to get into Harvard. Okay? So keep that in mind. So, and of course, then those who make it past this initial screening process will then go through a 2-day interview process. And at the end of that, we make a decision and whether to hire you or not. So then the question you then ask, okay, you've told us what the process is, but what do you look for? Okay, so we always say we don't have a cookie cutter Bowmans lawyer. Okay, so we have some very crazy people in our firm. We have those who are moderately sane, and then we've got those who are sane, right? Of course, as a lawyer, sanity may not be a good thing to have, but generally, what we start off with is your academics. This is incredibly important. If I think the average is about 70%, yeah. So if you've got a 70% aggregate that you must maintain throughout your academic studies, we can talk, right? And this is important, right? Because if you don't take your studies seriously, if you're not taking yourself seriously, why should we take you seriously, right? So and we really take the graduate recruitment very, very seriously. So when you come in to interview, you'll meet about 15 partners, right? That you'll be seeing throughout the process. Now think about, for 2 days, you've got some of the most senior partners of this firm sitting and talking to you. Think about the investment that we're making, because it means we're not out there making money, right? We're talking to you because we see you as the future of our firm. That's how seriously we take this. And so we expect the same level of seriousness from you as well. And how you demonstrate that is through your academic excellence, right? And then we look at the other things, what people call soft skills. I don't understand why they call it soft skills, because it's one of the hardest things, actually. Grit. to be in a top law firm, you need resilience, right? You're advising clients across different time zones, right? When Australia goes to bed, America's waking up, and then as you're trying to fall asleep, Japan is calling you, or Hong Kong, right? So you got to manage all these different time zones, and it requires quite a lot of grit. You got to have the hunger to be at a top law firm, right? And so this links to what the previous speaker said, which is you've got to take charge of your own career, right? You can't be a passenger along the journey of your own life. You really have to be in the driver's seat. Curiosity, right? I know this is something our parents beat out of us when we grow up because they need control in the house, but you need to find it again in order to succeed. A developed sense of EQ, right? Commercial mindset. And this is very, very important. You're a lawyer, you're handling client funds, you're advising clients. So ethics is very, very important. It doesn't matter. I mean, you could be Einstein. If your sense of ethics is doubtful, I will personally walk you out of our building. Then, of course, is about contributing to the diversity of our people. We care about diversity. Our clients care about diversity. We do not want to suffer from groupthink. We don't want to all look the same, sound the same, speak the same, from the same backgrounds. We want diversity in terms of race, gender, sexual orientation, economic background, the works. It all enriches who we are as a firm and the colleagues that you have. Then, so then I suppose we had an energy conference. So as you think about opportunities, or you go back to talk to your friends about what was happening here, Bowmans is a member of what I think they call the Energy Alliance, which is a group of 500 lawyers across the world that are really the leading energy lawyers. I think on the continent, as a firm, we have advised on the most number of energy deals, together, of course, with where sometimes where Standard Bank is the funder and so forth. And so there are many pathways to becoming involved in the energy space, right? You can be in the financial side, you can be on the law side, and obviously we're on the law side. And so if you have an interest, or you have friends of yours who have an interest in energy, but are doing law, this is one way to get involved. And in particular, and in fact, just yesterday, as a firm, we launched our sustainability policy, and we're talking about all of the sort of developments in carbon markets and the like. And so you can get involved in that. And then to sort of end off now, go to the end, and then I'll hand over to Chiru, is some amongst you or your friends may think that corporate law is not for you. This greedy beast of, lawyers in $1,000 suits. You want to be the guy or the lady who is championing human rights and all of those things, which we all need, right? I think that's a good thing. Do that. But who says you cannot be that advisor in the room who advises the Siemens Energies and the funders about how do you put up a project in a community in a way that also protects the rights and interests of those communities, right? So don't take yourself out of the room immediately because you think, well, I want to be the human rights person. Your role as an advisor is critically important to how the client sees this project, right? Ultimately, you're just advising, but you don't underestimate that the client does trust you. That's why they're coming to you and paying you the significant amounts of money they're paying you, because they trust you. They trust your judgment. And so there is space for that within law and corporate law in particular. So I would encourage you to broaden your horizons about what you think is possible. We're ready for you. We're ready to be challenged. We're ready to move our continent forward, and that's what we do as a firm. Excel, be curious, show grit, care about others, be unshakable in your ethics. Then come find us, right? So we're here. We've killed a few trees with business cards, but we're moving away from that. So now we do QR codes, right? So that's where we are now. We stopped that. And I think this is the one thing that gets me very excited about this and journey that we're all on. And that is, my sense is that our collective story, we're at a pivot as a continent and as just as people generally. And our story is yet to be written. And I personally want to be part of that history when I look back, right? When our history is told, I want people to say there was that guy with a funny sounding name. Olan. Yeah, that was the guy, right? And this is the role that he played. That's what I want. And if you're not thinking along those lines where you're a change maker, maybe wait until you are thinking along those lines, then come find us. But I think the people in this room and online are already thinking along those lines. Otherwise, we would not be here. So do give us a call. Asante, over to you, Cyril.
Thanks, X. In Nairobi, we call him X. I've never understood why, so I shall ask him on another day. So my role, I'm going to speak towards the recruitment process in Nairobi, because what you've heard is predominantly the recruitment process in South Africa, and they're dealing with far bigger numbers than we are. Though having said that, in the last year, we've seen an 100% increase in the number of applicants, so it's getting quite challenging, but I think it is a good challenge. So for the Nairobi office, we recruit a year in advance, which means that our slots for 2024 are already taken up. But what you'll see in Jan-Feb is that we're going to open up applications again. Do put in your CV if you're looking to become a lawyer. And then there's an application process whereby we first get you to do a written test. And we're not necessarily testing how much you can recollect. I'm testing your analysis, I'm testing your thinking skills, I'm testing, in some ways, trying to figure out who you are, but on paper. And then if you get through that, then there's a 2-round interview that you have to go through, and it's very, very vigorous. And I would also just add that I think the numbers we're seeing that Bowmans sees across the different offices is because there's a wealth of talent out there who I think are quite capable and competent to potentially fill out some of these roles. The issue is that our offices are just not big enough to host all 200, 300, 5,000 of you. So there is a bit of a challenge there. And actually the challenge is coming from your own colleagues who are giving you the competition. Otherwise, I think we'd be quite happy to have you on board. Yeah, I think as Bowmans, we're definitely youth focused. We want to see people grow. And so when you do come in, there's a lot of emphasis on your growth, and you will see a lot of that if you do end up joining us. And I think that is something that I find absolutely phenomenal about this firm, that it actually really does support young people when they're in the firm. I'm just going to time check. How much more time do we? Oh, we got 5 minutes. Okay. All right. Yeah, so just going back towards the recruitment process in Kenya, we usually require or request applicants to be at least 4th-year university students. So if you're in the 3rd year, you're a little bit too early out of the park to start trying to making that application. You'll probably be turned away, but we will say to you, come back again and apply again. Even if you get a decline from Bowmans, if it's just a general, we regret to inform you, if you ever see another opportunity, we'll be willing to hear from you. So we look at the 4th years. The other thing that we're doing is that we're quite aware that there's a great need for people to get work experience. And this is something I know that is close to Shaline's heart as well as mine. And so we both, across the group, we've got a platform that we've engaged with, which is called theforage.com. And there is a virtual internship scheme that you can take on. It is free. It is available at all hours of the day. You just need to register. For the Kenyan component, we've got 5 units, and that covers some of our core practices, which is mergers and acquisitions, IP, dispute resolution, banking and finance, and I think the 5th one was real estate that we put across. So that really does reflect what the process is. And then I'll just touch very briefly on what it looks like having a pupillage in Bowmans, Kenya. Our pupillage process runs 1 to 2 years. simply because of how KSL runs, for those of you who are planning to become lawyers. So some of you will come and say, oh, I'm doing KSL and I still want to join you part-time. Some of you will come to us when you finish KSL and you're saying, I want to come to you full-time. So if you come in when you're half-time, then we will put you on a 2-year contract, on a 2-year process. And if you come in at the end and you'll be full-time working, then you'll be on a 1-year contract. And because of the requirements of KSL, we ensure you do the 3 core teams. So you rotate between different departments every 3 months. And you've got the core teams, which are your mergers and acquisitions, corporate commercial, banking and finance, and dispute and resolution. So whatever interests you have to go through those 3 teams. And then there's your electives. And your electives will be teams like tax, projects, energy and infrastructure, IP. So those are the things that we offer on our end. So I think that's it from my end. I think we've got a bit of time. Do you want to add anything, Shalene?
Thanks for that, Shiru. Yes, guys, I think the one thing I've always heard in graduate recruitment is, do you have space for students who are not from South Africa, right? I think the good thing at Bowmans is, yes, we do, but you need to have a permanent residency for your articles program to run in South Africa. Our program runs for 24 months. And at Bowmans, unlike some other firms, is we have 4 rotations throughout those 24 months, which means that you get to practice, or you get exposure in each and every single practice group within Bowmans, which I think is phenomenal, right? You walk in and you think, I want to be a litigator, I want to go to court, but actually you end up saying, I actually want to be retained within M&A, for example. So I think it's a really great opportunity for you to, sign up with Bowmans, like Xolani said. Come find us, because I think that the opportunities that a firm like Bowmans offers you is phenomenal. Again, as you're testing the waters, to Shira's point, please do take on our virtual experience program. We were the first African firm to roll out a virtual experience program when COVID hit us. Because we were no longer on campus, we weren't able to engage with you face to face. So we thought we'd still like to give you the experience. And I think it's a great program because you are able to actually put that on your CV as an internship program for you. A lot of people struggle with experience, but you actually work on, on real cases that the firm has worked on in the experience program. So I think that's a really great opportunity for you. To Xolani's point, in South Africa, we've closed. We've got a few spots for 2025. We open applications for 2027 in July next year. We also run our bursary program. Applications for next year have just closed, but we do run that the application process for bursaries from August to the end of September every year. So if you are looking to get it to studying law, we do fund you from year 1 all the way to your final year of study. We are available, so the team is available. If you go onto the Bowmans website, the entire graduate recruitment team, the team in Nairobi is available. If you've got any questions, please do reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you all very, very much. We're now going to split off from Nairobi again. So thank you, Nairobi.
Bye, Cape Town.
Bye.
Do you want to wave at Cape Town?
And I would also like to invite Siemens Energy back to the stage if they would like to come and join again. You guys don't need to go anywhere.
Oh.
For some more questions. Got some more questions from the audience. So we're going to mix you up, make it a bit fun. I think we're all right, Annie. Yeah, we're good. Thank you, Annie. Right. One for you. Go. Right. So, thank you to the guys from Bowmans for very, very interesting stories. And it's actually incredible, like the story of Bowmans, about how you've grown and everything like that. Unreal in some ways, like 15 years to now be, you are I would say one of the biggest firms on the continent these days. So do we have any questions? Let's start down there with the man in the orange jumper.
Thank you. To Bowmans, do you mentor like young people who want to start their own maybe firms?
Do we? No one's ever asked. You know, I mean, I don't think if anyone were to say, well, how do you go about starting your own law firm, and can you help me out? Sure, I think the more the merrier, right? But no one is asked. You might be the first.
Is he in with a chance?
He's got a chance.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Over here. The man in the stripy grey jumper. No, shirt, sorry.
Hi, everyone. My name is Victor. I'm studying mechanical and mechatronics at GCT, final year. My question is directed to Paul. Did I get your name right? Okay, cool. So I think I speak for all my colleagues when I say that our degree is very like it's theoretical based, right? Although we study engineering, but then we don't have a lot of like practical experience. And even if we do, we don't really know what's going on because all we know is like calculus and math and all of those things. So I want to ask your transition from the academic space to the industry. How was it like for you? Do you have any challenges? How did you, get into that space where you're now confident to like take on like actual engineering, roles? Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you for that awesome question and very relevant, especially for the group now, including myself as well, because yes, I did walk that journey. And you're right in saying that our degree is very theoretical as much as, and I hope UCT is still doing that. You can confirm that. Because as far as I remember from back then when I was studying, during your December holidays, there was an opportunity for one to go for vocational training. I don't know if it's still structured like that. So fine, yes, it is a first step, but when I actually graduated and I went to start working, the reality did kick. Because that's when you actually realize that whatever that I've studied in terms of percentage of what you're applying is very limited, and the industrial world is completely different. And I think someone touched on it this morning where they were talking about the gap, right, of us as the product as a graduate and versus what the industry is looking for. The gap is still massive. And I think this takes us back to what Karen has been preaching since morning in terms of collaboration, because I think we need to do something differently. We should actually be working very closely with institutions. And when I say we, I mean us private as well as the public sector, to identify this gap and see how do we practically merge it. One of the ways it might be a blend, obviously, of the theoretical, what you will study, but now working closely in terms of the practical exposure that you get before you actually go to the working environment. So definitely it's an area that we need to explore more. On our side, we are also exploring with other institutions what can be done, looking more on the energy landscape, the new energy landscape. Because yes, we do realize that it's a challenge, and yes, I've personally experienced it as well. I don't know if I've answered your question. Thank you.
Fabulous. Do we have any other questions from the floor? Oh, we have one here.
Hello. My name is Chandam Lenga. I'm also a mechanical engineer, and as Victor said, this question is for Bonolo. Yeah. So I wanted to ask, how is in a company like Siemens, how has been your career projection? How would you say to one, after 2 years, you may find yourself here, or is it 3 years, or just based on the work that you produce, or you have sort of like a set path as you project in your career?
I think that's a very good question. I love that question. So it goes back to your career is yours, right? My career and Danielle's careers are completely and utterly different. So I've been with Siemens Energy from varsity, right? So 9 years all in all, so you can calculate my age, right? And I've had 4 positions in a space of 9 years. And in that 9 years, I ended up here as VP. So it's all dependent on you. If you're not going to work, if you're not going to put in the work, unfortunately, you don't get eyes on you. I mean, like I said, for me to leave SA, move to Europe and work with customers that side, work with headquarter, it didn't happen because someone was just like, no, you go. You have to make it known to the organization that I'm here and I'm here to work. Because let's also talk about companies. As youngsters, we compete, right? Because I want to be seen, I want to be heard, and I want to move on, because I think I did not stay in one position for longer than 2 years. So for this role, I was interviewed by Lerato. And she was just like, you've been moving around in the company a lot. Every 2 years, I move on to the next role, and it just gets higher and higher. So it's dependent on what you bring to the table. But if you are just comfortable with being comfortable, unfortunately, you can sit in the same role for 35 years. So it's all dependent on you, but you look like a hard worker. So, I mean, what's 9 years for you?
And she's 33.
Just.
So can I add something on this one?
Let's go to the young lady down the end.
You can add, it's fine.
Are you sure? Did someone else have a question?
He said he wants to add. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I wanted to add something.
Go for it.
Yeah. So on this point, is it Lerato? Bonolo, sorry. Is to take charge, right? And to where there aren't opportunities, create it, right? One of the things I've found in corporate, interesting enough, is that people don't like saying no to things, right? So when you come ask for that opportunity to go to Germany and be based there, it boggles my mind that people just want to say no, because I think they think that you've thought about this really, seriously, and you've gotten the courage to come talk to us. So if they say no to this, you're just not going to take it well, right? You might do stupid things, so they'll say yes, right? And so create the opportunity for yourself. So I have a very similar trajectory to you. So I went to the firm and said, well, I want to go work overseas. I was based in Brussels for a period of time. And it really does accelerate your career growth, right? Also because remember, South Africa is only 0.03 of the global economy, right? Size. So you need to get exposure somewhere else, but create those opportunities for yourself. Don't wait for someone else.
Did anybody else want to jump in on this? Go for it.
Okay. Yes, I agree with what the panelists have touched on, but I think mentorship is also very important. So when you're starting your career, when you go to that industry, identify someone who can be your mentor, someone who has walked the journey, right? Someone who will have interest to cheer you to grow up. You will need them.
Before we come to you, I've got a question from online.
Okay, sure.
From I think it's a gentleman by the name of Patty Wabubi. He is for Siemens Energy. He asks, do you take graduates outside of South Africa, say for my example from Botswana? And if you do, what is the process?
As I said, at the moment, the priority is for each and every office, it's localization. So at the moment, no, not in Botswana. But as we grow as a business, I think in Africa, I mean, that office will definitely be looking out for people who are from Botswana, but unfortunately not at this stage. Thanks.
Thank you. Now you, Susan.
Okay, just wanted to confirm the lady from Bowmans. You said you're in talent acquisition, right? Yeah. Okay, so it's for both the talent acquisition specialists from Siemens and Bowmans. So can you tell us what are characteristics or elements that you look for in graduates when you, whether it's from interviews or like CVs, what is it something that they can possibly work on, or what you look for in those, in interns, basically.
Okay, thanks, Loreto. Sorry, I didn't get your name.
It's Susan.
Susan.
Yes.
Susan, so my passion, similar to Loreto, is young talent. Anybody who knows me will tell you that I love young talent. I sit on the board of the South African Graduate Employers Association as well. I think the one thing that is important is for you to know your worth when you walk into corporate spaces. I think sometimes we downplay how much value we bring into an organization, because in as much as they're looking to hire you, right, or graduates, you're bringing value into that organization. And I think sometimes we don't have those necessary conversations with ourselves. So walk into that room confident, because there are people who are going to be interviewing with you in that room who are going to come across as confident, who are going to come across as more resilient. When we ask you questions about resilience, don't just, give us answers with no depth. Talk to us about real situations where you've shown resilience, where you've come out right at the top. And unfortunately, we live in a country where a lot of our youth needs to be resilient. So you definitely have a story. I think we all have a story. And be brave enough to talk about it. I think the other thing is what I've seen in the years that I've been doing graduate recruitment now is just the lack of people starting to show up now, right? 10 years ago, when we did interviews, people were hungry. Now people walk into an interview and they think, oh, I'm just going to get this job. But there are 50 people sitting in the room and we're only going to take 10 of them. So ask yourself what's going to separate you from the rest of the people. Find out about the organization. Golanis told you about some of the clients or the work that he's done across Africa. Research, follow him on LinkedIn. I ask a lot of graduates, are you on LinkedIn? Some of them are going to say no. I'm like, how are you even starting to look and connect with potential employers? So I think those are some of the key characteristics. And really, I think you spoke about mentorship. Mentorship is such an important element in any successful person's career, especially in corporate SA. After mentorship is sponsorship. And you'll get that sponsorship when you start actually making strides in your industry. You'll get that sponsorship where people are going to talk about you in rooms that you're not even in because they know of the credibility of your work. So I think for me, those are some of the key things. I always say to some of our graduates who come into our selection days, and Golani is the deputy chairperson of our selection committee, is can we stop with the TikTok videos and the challenges? Like do that, but also find out there's a lot of graduate recruiters who are actually creating content for you to be successful at interviews. Can you spend some time following some of the things that we're doing online to actually make you successful?
Yeah, no, thank you. And like for me, just to add on, great communication skills. And I do understand not all of us are from the same background. So I'm from Soweto, so I understand the struggle. So I'm always looking for people who wanna grow and be better. Some kids, English was not their first language, but you can see a diamond that really wants to be, sharpened a little bit. So yeah, maybe I'm an emotional recruiter. I don't know. But yeah, so for me, I definitely look for those things. And, guys, do research. And I find like we have so many things like technology available. And I'm on TikTok, like I love TikTok. I'm not a content creator. But I feel like they should be paid a bit more. But anyway, that's besides the point. No, definitely do research on the company, their values, right? So what we look for is, are you going to be aligned to who we are in terms of our values? You are agile. We're looking for people that are innovative, like those kind of things. And also do research on who's interviewing you as well. So for me, a lot of prep work, and I get disappointed in interviews when, students don't do research and they ask me, tell me what you can offer me. Yes, I understand it's a different, generation, but yeah, you want to be hired, right? So also always remember that to leave a great impression. And yeah, if the work is for you, it's for you. Also have that. And if you get a lot of no's, don't give up. Keep practicing. Practice. Look at the mirror, like a formal interview, like practice, so that really, really will help you, to calm your nerves. And yeah, so for me, definitely great communication skills, someone that's very flexible. And obviously on your project, it will come through in terms of the examples that you kind of like, showcase during the interview. So whatever that you're doing in school, think about how can that apply in the workplace. Like you need to plan for an interview. So definitely do the work. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you, guys. We've actually had another question online for Bowmans. They've asked you to please, it's from someone called Ashlyn Naidu, and he's asked you, or she's asked you to please define leadership from a Bowmans perspective. Define leadership. So who's a leader? How do you become a leader?
Well, it's a tough question. So I think the easiest is to start off with what it is not, right? So it is not a position, a formal position that you have, right? So people can vote, you can become a partner as I am, or you managing partner, whatever it is, does not necessarily make you a leader. I think leadership at its core is probably just about motivating a group of people towards a common purpose. And I think if you can achieve that and have everyone focus and agreeing on what the goal is, how to get there, constantly checking up on each other along the way, that probably is leadership, because now you've got people working towards something and wanting to achieve something together. But yeah. So I think that's probably what it is for me. I don't know if it's not a Bowman's definition. It's my definition that I just came up with now. Yeah, but it is not a position.
Can I just add to what Dolani said? I think the one thing that we're seeing a lot more of with the younger generation of leaders is this concept of conscious leadership, and making sure that the people around you are growing as you grow, and being intentional about how you're impacting and developing those around you. And I think the one thing that I've definitely found at Bowmans is that we are extremely people-centric. We want to make sure that our people are growing. We want to make sure that our clients are growing. And we do it in the most humane way. And I think really that is what leadership is.
I was going to say as well, does anybody from Siemens have anything to add to that?
So like they've said it so perfectly, right? So if serving is below you, leading is beyond you. Leadership is about serving. People think a leader, if you're a manager, doesn't make you a leader. I mean, let's get that right. You get managers, bosses. A leader is very distinct. You are so powerful. You lead a team with courage, and you can fail as a leader, right? And the team will be accepting because they understand and they know the common purpose. But as a boss, if you fail, everyone's going to jump on your neck because they just like, I couldn't wait for that. So I think there's a distinction. Not everyone is a leader. We get managers and bosses, and leaders are niche.
Thank you. So true. Very, very true. So do we have any other questions?
Thank you so much. I just want to say, as much as we're all passionate about our jobs, I think we're all forgetting an important aspect, which begs my question. How do you negotiate salaries? Because yeah, we've been told, starting out, you should focus on, growth and wanting to get your hands dirty, but you shouldn't, make money your focal point. But at the same time, I know my worth, right? I know what I'm bringing to the table. So how do I negotiate salary and ensure that I'm not underpaid? You know what I mean? So
That's the perfect question, right? Lerato, how do we negotiate for salary? So know your worth. I think the error we make as graduates, you're so excited to get a job, right? Oh my gosh, I've got a job. No, you're missing the point. Read the fine print. So just say, okay, is 8,000 Rand realistic? I have to commute from point X to get to work. I have to buy groceries, pay rent, and still save, right? Make a spreadsheet and say, okay, this is my cost of living, and I'm adding a markup of, I don't know what your markup is, what is it? 30%, 25, 40, whatever. Put that on, and when Lerato gives you the first initial offer, you're going to be shocked and say, there's a zero missing. There's a zero missing, okay? And then, but when you negotiate with logic. Don't apply emotion. Emotion is going to get you nowhere. You're not going to get the job because Lerato's got 15 candidates waiting right after you. So negotiate with logic and bring your facts, right? As a graduate, unfortunately, you can't come and say, no, I'm done with my master's and I'm cum laude, dean's list. It means nothing for me, okay? I think a seasoned professional has more leg room, but as a graduate, I'm not saying walk in and say, no, 8,000 Rand is fine. The issue is that we're so quick to sign, you forget that there's a long-term implication, because if you start at 8 and yearly you're growing with 8.5%, it's not a lot after a couple of years. So before you sign, apply your logic and reach out to a mentor, a family member who's in the workspace to give you guidance on how to negotiate better, and know your industry as well. Different industries pay differently, unfortunately, right? What I was making as a commercial is not the same as what I'm making as technical. And I think that's something that has to be said, that you earn more in certain fields. So research and know, but you're going to make a killing. Mechanical, Mpo is killing it.
Can I just add to what Bonolo said, right? I think it's very streamlined in the graduate spaces, specifically for big corporates. So for us, for example, all of our graduates get paid a standard salary. You are not going to get paid 1 Rand more than your peer. But if you do go to, Victor's Paza shop on the corner, you may have leverage to kind of negotiate those salaries, right? But in big corporates, definitely not. We benchmark our salaries against what best practice looks like across industry. And I think it's important to kind of know that. So probably when you sign up with a big corporate, your salary will look much better than the smaller corporates. Okay.
Yeah, just sorry to add on, and I agree with you. I was actually going to say that we are being fair. I know sometimes you guys feel like HR. No, it's not HR. It's the business that make money. It's not really up to us. But obviously we follow guidelines. I don't just sit at my house and be like, let me just pay them a little less. No. It's not like that. And as a graduate, unfortunately, there's not like a lot of room. Everything is set on. I think, Shalin just said it nicely. But in your negotiation, do it with class. You know what I mean? I think in your future role, because, some managers, they don't, like for me, I love when a candidate challenges me in terms of like, because I can see, okay, this is somebody who will bring in something different. I welcome that. And in that negotiation, especially time, but as a graduate, I think it's just set at the moment. But as you grow into your career, you will learn those skills on how to negotiate better in terms of what your value proposition is as a employee, Thanks.
Wonderful. Well, we do have about 5 minutes left if anybody has any more questions. No one? I have a question. It's for Bowmans though. So obviously you said that your recruitment is already done for 2024, 2025 and 2026. How have you managed to get so many people apply so early for your roles in your graduate recruitment?
So 2024 is definitely full. 2025, we've got a couple of spots left. 2026, we're still opened. We opened in July this year. So across the industry, we're ranked the #1 graduate program in law. We have been for the last 6 years. And I think it talks to the investment that we make in our graduates. We are a professional services firm, so we don't sell products. Our biggest currency is our people, hence the investment in graduate programs across Bowmans. How have we managed to get that right? I think lots of partnerships with business, with our partners. They're extremely passionate about the young people that we bring into the space. And I think what we've also done really well over the last couple of months is because we hire 2 years in advance, we found that there's an opportunity to onboard our graduates 2 years ahead of them actually joining us on day one. So it's a really, really high touch program. Our graduates feel like Bowmanites from the time they sign up with us.
That's amazing, by the way. I was also going to say, obviously, when you do run your graduate program for law students, things like that, do you also cover the additional charges for the extra training that people have to have? So say, for instance, in the UK, if you join a law firm, you then have to do a bar exam and have to do an additional, I think it's 2 years of law school. Is that something that you guys look after and cover as part of the graduate program?
So we've done one even better. We actually offer in-house PLT training at Bowmans. We cover all of that, and we cover your board exams as well. So if unfortunately you fail those board exams, you're going to need to pay for the second sitting, but we definitely cover all 4 board exams.
Fantastic. And final question for Siemens from me. So as one of the biggest technology companies in the world, does your recruitment program, your talent program change from continent to continent, or is it, or is there similarities across the whole world?
All right. It differs obviously because each and every region, they have their own, budget or key priorities, even though we are global. So in terms of if you have just seen in my slide, in Cairo, it's a bit different from South Africa. So yes, there is a bit of difference. But in terms of the quality of training and the people that are going to be, training you, this will be Siemens employees with, the same quality, but it will be different, obviously, to a specific region. Yeah. Fabulous.
So we're going to give you guys a break now, but thank you so much to both Bowmans and Siemens. You have been fantastic. Would everybody like to give them a round of applause, please?
Thank you.
So we're almost at the end of the Youth Energy Day. I'd like to thank you all for coming to join us. But there is a couple of things that we would like to find out from you before we actually do finish off. So our final session is all about Voices of Tomorrow. So we want to hear from you. We want you as our attendees, as our partners, as our recruiting partners, from all around, to basically reflect on what you've learned from today and tell us what you think you've learned from today and the takeaways that you can get, which you might be able to use on our Beyond Privilege platform or directly with some of the companies who have attended to tell you about what they're doing. So I might pick on some people, as I quite like doing that. It's quite fun. So who should we start with today? I'm actually going to start with an old friend who always supports us wherever we go. Karine, would you like to start us off, please? Have we got a microphone for Karine?
I think it was an amazing day. And it's so good to see the youngsters and how far you have come. Pretty and I talked about it during the coffee break. I mean, thinking about the youth of today versus thinking about the youth of before, it's amazing. It's really amazing. And I think this is a great opportunity for people to build their futures. There were many good remarks, good comments of how to do things. I mean, the Bowmans and Siemens that we have end off with, it's amazing. It's really amazing. So yeah, I think it was a great day. I really believe it was a wow day. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Karine. Right, do we have any volunteers to go next?
Oh, okay. Thank you. I really enjoyed the conference today, and my question is would you guys cater for us next time this kind of conference? because I think it is more helpful and I learned a lot from it. So I want to continue learning as I go.
Fantastic. Well, make sure you use Beyond Privilege because there's going to be lots more of these details coming on there as well. Do we have someone else to go next? We'd like to come down to Preeti. Thank you.
Thank you. I think for me, what was very exciting today was, you know, when we talk about South Africa and Africa, we talk about load shedding and we talk about endless economic problems. Today, I only saw opportunities, you know, and it's not all doom and gloom. And I think it's more events like this that gives the industry role players an opportunity to listen and to think about bigger ideas and pull it all together so that you can create that long-lasting, sustainable impact.
Fantastic. Thank you. Is there anybody else? Anyone from this side of the room? Any of our students down here who like to negotiate salaries? Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Oh, okay. You looked just right over me.
I'm sorry. You were hiding on your hat.
Anyhow, awesome space, first of all. What you guys have created in this time period. I mean, the numbers tells. And also what I've learned today, it's all about the necessary teamwork. So whether you come from the ground, whether you're on the soft copy, printing, whatever, etc., goes into that space. But then having the opportunity to be in this space and how diverse everyone brings their skills to the table. I mean, I've been on camera today, so that's awesome. So I enjoyed it, and prosperous to you guys, and all the best. Please just make more noise.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Do we have anybody else? We do. Lovely.
Firstly, I just want to commend you guys for organizing this because I'd say throughout my 4 years of university, I've never attended a program like this where I'd learned so much about a sector in the industry. And then because, you know, like I said, I have a background in engineering, so I always thought energy was just for engineers, you know. And now I can go back, tell my lawyer friends, my, you know, finance friends that, yo, there's an opportunity for you in energy, you know. So it's been great so far, and I really want to say thank you to everyone for coming. And yeah, I'll probably network with you guys on LinkedIn and find you guys.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Oh, we've got enough. Let's go from down there.
Is it on? Is it on? Oh,
yes.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm a master's student at UCT in mineral and petroleum law. I was talking to them earlier during lunchtime that I attended Africa All Week and the Energy Week, and then I'm attending the Youth Energy Day. And for the first time since attending all those other conferences, I'm not leaving puzzled or afraid. In fact, I'm leaving motivated and inspired because this is the first time that I feel like the focus is on the youth. This is the first time that I feel like we are being propelled to do better, to want more, to want better for ourselves. The dean of UCT Graduate School, Business School, always talks about the youth, how the youth should be watered. We are the crops that need to be watered because we are the future. We are the ones that are going to be seated there giving the very same talks to the ones behind us. So this has been a very great opportunity for me. I've learned so much. I've realized that despite the qualifications that I already possess, I'm in the right place. The energy industry is the right place. And I think everybody that is in here feels like they are home. And with all the talks, even from the people from Kenya who are saying, you don't have to have a degree in engineering to be in this space. You can have a law degree, you can have a business degree. He has something in business science that sounds very complicated, but I love how everyone is in the energy industry and is doing so well. So I really appreciate this day. I appreciate all the speakers. I appreciate all the companies. I will be applying to most companies for the graduate opportunities that were presented to us. I feel like this is exactly where most of us were meant to be convicted that we're in the right place at the right time.
Fantastic. And I hope you get a job from applying to everybody as well. Fabulous. Did we have anybody else that wanted to say anything?
Thank you so much. I think it was an absolutely fabulous summit. You know, when we're looking at Africa, so just sitting here listening to the globalness of a summit like this actually shows that Africa's dominance, even in the energy field, in the energy arena, is understated. When we look at just listening to some of you guys speak throughout the summit, there's massive potential. And I think what we need to believe as an African nation is that we can actually solve the energy crisis that we have currently. I do believe that, you know, we have, as employers, we have a bigger role to play. And we certainly going to challenge ourselves. With Zazue that was here, she mentioned, you know, how do we actually solve for the rest of the people that aren't employed, or how do we look at TVETs and colleges? And I think us as employers sitting at the summit here today, we've got a big job ahead of us to actually be more inclusive in terms of how we channel different youth offerings going forward for our colleges and TVET students. So absolutely amazing job. Let's focus you know, our energy, 20% on the problem, but 80% on the opportunities that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? No? Okay, fantastic. Well, I'd like to again say thank you to everybody who has come down today. It's been an amazing day. We've learned so much interesting stuff about the passion that there is for young Africans to get jobs in the energy sector. And we've had some great partners come down and talk about the opportunities that they have. Now, we want to keep on going with this. This is why we've built the Beyond Privilege platform. The plan is we're going to have job opportunities come up on the Beyond Privilege platform. We want to run more days like this, more webinars so that people can understand what's going on, and also build a community so that we can help. As the global GAP, I'm going to call them, as GAP said, they want to help provide 150 million jobs for Africa, 100 million jobs for Africa. We want to help there as well, because it's important that that young people become the leaders of tomorrow. So I just want to say thank you to everybody for coming. We are really glad that all of you had such fantastic days and learned a lot. And we look forward to hopefully seeing you again. Thank you very much.